Global Finals with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by two-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana. The all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they returned with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรติล้อคีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกที่ได้ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะคนที่ชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกียรติคนเดียวนะคีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูแต่ว่าชอบพูดมาแบบตอนว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset. Adapt. Burn bright.
Powerhouse Aqua Champions. Booyah! United Esports.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเดือนไฟนอลก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมมาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it.
Your 3-time world champions.
Joanna's dedication for Buriram finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever 3-time FFWS Global Finals champion, as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever world championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถือถ้วยแล้วแต่ว่าเราก็ดีในลึกๆเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
ก็มาแทนตอนนั้นเนี่ยเหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมทำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Buchin, Q, and Bops.
รู้สึกดีใจอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเสียใจที่ว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ด้วยครับ
AG's due as their leader, their carry, their heartbeat. Within 2 years of relentless improvements, he came back stronger. He lead his squad to crush doubt and dominate the Clash squad.
Oh, dude! You can do it, son! This is it! A 12-7 cracks them across the finish line with an ace on Mac 3!
From being the 2023 MVP, he has walked the talk, and now he proves the doubters wrong all over again, earning the first ever MVP and carving his name into history as a champion of the first FFWS Clash Squad World Finals. here in Jakarta for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. The biggest Free Fire event in Free Fire Esports of the year. The knockout stage began, and 6 days decided everything. The best teams crushed doubts,
First blood.
while 6 teams were crushed by pressure and eliminated early instead.
Triple kill. Double kill.
Fans from every corner of Indonesia traveled to witness an epic finale to the team's journey in Jakarta's Indonesia Arena, the nation's largest esports venue. Hundred thousands of fans, lights, music, fire, energy, all building up toward the biggest show Free Fire has ever put on.
Double kill.
What an epic end to the FFWS Global Finals 2025. Congratulations to our world champions, Booyah United Esports. A Guinness World Record-breaking esports event attended by over 600,000 participants.
Welcome to Booyah.
All access.
This is the Pros Masterclass. Nero, a deep dive into his strengths, abilities, and why he's shaping the way pros play right now. Next, let's break down some high-level pro plays from FFWS 2025. iQOO Kazoo took the launch pad and a free target for Esports as they soared through the sky. iQOO Abe got knocked the moment he landed. From far, Nero's skill to stop RRQ Kazu from instant blue walling and get a resurrection on RRQ Abe. Nero's skill also disables Joseph ability, allowing detection skills like Moko's to become more effective. RQ Kazoo had to spend more time breaking Nero's plushie before they could safely resurrect. The damage from Nero's plushie continues to tick down their HP. Esports uses this window to close in on RRQ Kazu. With RQ Kazu's HP not full, Esports comes in for the cleanup. Meta shifts, tactical zoning, and anti-glue control, Nero brings a whole new layer of strategy to every fight. At this moment, Esports uses Nero's skill first to break through the enemy's defense, powered by Joseph, then activates a 124 skill to disable the opponent's active abilities. However, Joseph can counter a 124's effect and protect himself from it. That's a wrap on our Nero breakdown. The plushie, the pressure, and the plays that define this meta. Is Nero your must-pick, or just overhyped?
12 teams reset back to 0 points in the champion rush. The grand finals bring pressure like nothing else, with unpredictable results, split-second decisions, pressure, and stage fright. This is where confidence decides everything.
ทุกชั่วโมงทุกอย่างที่เราซ้อมกันมาถึงวันนี้ทุกอย่างที่เราเสียสละการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เราปรับและชูเรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้เนาะ
Só ganha essa p*** quem dá o Booyah, mano. Então não vamos deixar deixar ninguém ganhar e ninguém tirar esse Booyah de nós. Hari ini terakhir. Ya, waktunya keluarin semua, main all out dari game 1. Ya, main all out dari game 1 tanpa beban, tanpa pressure, enjoy se-enjoy-enjoynya. Sedikit waktu, maksimalin. Percaya sama teman, itu yang paling penting. Toko, Mas, vale a pena na vida de vocês, mano. A gente não sabe que a gente terá outras oportunidades igual essa. Fechou? Então vamos pra cima. Alguém quiser falar, o momento é de vocês. Dut, bilang sama gua, match 4 kita sampai di champion draft match kelima kita tutup. Walaupun emang harus gagal di match kelima, match 6 kita tutup. So menurut gua gak ada yang gak mungkin. Walaupun emang harus gagal sekali, masih ada next match.
Paling dari aku itu aja, selalu diingat, saling percaya, itu kuncinya guys. Oke, kita mulai, mari kita berdoa guys.
Bora, o máximo em geral.
Masih. Gak apa-apa. Ya. Sampai banget, Cok.
Two Booyahs from the on-fire Fluxo silenced the Indonesian crowd, leaving behind a big gap with R7, RRQ, and EVOS. They are now in desperate need of a recovery.
Santai guys.
RRQ and EVOS finally recovering. However, Buriram is miles ahead of everyone else. The first to activate the champion rush.
Kamu nggak lewat sini, lewat depannya, ayo, gua skill. Len. Satu, sabar.
A desperate play from RRQ stops Buriram.
Masuk parkir.
Giving Fluxo the chance to activate the champion rush with the Booyah. Champion rush activated. Now two teams begin their race for the final Booyah. It's the end of FFWS Global Finals 2025. We witnessed doubts being crushed and history being made from the eyes of the MVP himself, Wasana. Buriram United Esports are crowned as Best Team of the Year.
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A jump. Wait for Nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Obviously my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. No, I can go reverse now.
Let's go. Wild and free, got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. Watch out, I'ma get ya, get ya. Don't leave, I won't let ya, let ya. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. I light it up, fireworks in the dark. I'm a non-stop drill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can pour some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop drill, I can lose that kill. I'm a
said was overrated.
Mungkin player overrated ya Wasana lah. Wasanaครับ
É o Asana. Atualmente vai sobrar pro Asana.
He is the only one who has never won any international tournament in his team. His hunger was higher compared to others. Towering in front of him, the same enemy, the two-time world champion. The same challenge for him to overcome again. Whenever Booyah needed someone to step forward, Wasana was always there first. Every fight he took was a risk. But that's what makes him one of the best rushers in the world.
Oh, Wasana! Nolan notices him as LBT tries to take the trade on the map, but he turns around too late. The mini Uzi making all the difference for Wasana.
Bina out in the open. Wasana looks to finish him off at this point. Bina dropped as well. Ooh! Best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
Booyah already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Booyah! Your three-time world champion!
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Booyah United first came into the FFWS Global Finals, with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals, Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Booyah finished third instead. This year, they returned with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรล้อกีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกที่แต่ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะคนทีมชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกลียดคนเดียวนะกีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูแต่ว่าชอบพูดมาแบบตอนว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset. Adapt. Burn bright.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเกมไฟนอลก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมเอาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจกันมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it. Joanna's dedication for Booyah finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever three-time FFWS Global Finals champion, as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever World Championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถูกถ้วยแล้ว แต่ว่าเราก็ดีในลึกๆเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
ก็มาแทนตอนนั้นเนี่ยเหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมทำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Buchin.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, this is the event many of us have been waiting for so long now. This is the Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025. My name is AJ. I'm Mustachio, down here with my brother, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. We will be your casters for the first 3 games. And then we've got our buddies joining us a little bit later on as well. On standby, Neptune, how are you feeling, man?
I'm really excited right now. There's a lot of questions that has been thrown if the regions will be meeting up, and this is where everything will be answered. And I'm really excited on how each team is going to show up right now, especially those that have a lot of fan base, especially on chat right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I said, right, we have all been waiting for an opportunity like this. Now we really get to measure the strength of some of these South Asian squads up against the Southeast Asian squads. Of course, for now, this is just the play-ins. We'll go through the format in a little bit. The play-ins will not have some of the super titans that you guys are waiting for. We have got them in week number 2. We'll show you guys the tournament timeline in a little bit. I'm absolutely excited because first week, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the play-ins for Battle Royale, where we throw a bunch of squads up against each other. And this happens today, tomorrow, and the following day, the 5th, all the way up until the 7th of December. And the play-ins, only the top 10 teams will make it through to the BR main event, where we will see 8 teams who have been invited directly to that stage, Neptune.
Yeah, I love this format as well because we get to see a few more teams compared to the usual where we started off with 18. So right now, BR play-ins, we have 18 who will be fighting for that top 10, and then a few of the like titans would be introduced on the BR main event, and the following week would be a Clash Squad main event. So I know it looks like a tight schedule, but this is full packed with energy.
Yeah, absolutely. So usually what we do is we have the BR days and then the CS days, and then the grand finals happens back to back. You guys saw that in the global finals for the Free Fire World Series. But this time around, we're doing things a little bit differently. So make sure you don't miss out. The 14th as well as the 21st of December. These are very important dates. It's the Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad Grand Finals. But the question is, with all of these battles, all of that hustle, what are we playing for? A total of $50,000 US out on the table, and out of the 50,000, 35,000 has been apportioned for Battle Royale alone. 15,000 will be played later on for Clash Squad then.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the champions will be taking most of it, and that will be 10,000 US dollars, almost a third of the overall prize pool for Battle Royale. 5,000 for second place, 2,500 for third place, and it goes down drastically. Good story or good news right here is even those in the 18 up until the 18th place will get a little bit of piece of this pie, but you don't want those chump change. You want to move up and get higher denomination when it comes to the prize pool.
Absolutely. It really depends on where your squad is in the grand scheme of things. At the end of the day, if you're from one of the Southeast Asian countries, US dollars, even if you walk away with a constellation of 650, it's still some solid money in your pocket, man. And of course, like I mentioned, out of the 50,000 US dollars, 35,000 for Battle Royale, and the rest of the 15,000 USD for Clash Squad, where the champions walk away with a solid 4,000 USD extra bonus. Everybody came here to play BR. We get entertained with CS as well, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the prize pool is also quite well distributed, wherein even those at the bottom will be able to grab it. I'm loving this kind of change of scene, of format as well, because at some point, like, the back and forth is something that throws off some of the team, but now all they have to focus is Battle Royale first and then Clash Squad later on, and hopefully that helps the team to move up the leaderboard and grab that championship spot.
Yeah, no doubt at all. That's exactly what we want to see them do. But of course, easier said than done, because we need to see consistency across these days. And when we talk about consistency, we obviously look at two main points: elimination as well as placement points. You hit the Booyah, you walk away with 12 placement points. Second place gets you 9 points. You minus off 1 for every consecutive position taken on the leaderboard, except for 11th and 12th, where you get absolutely nothing out of placements. But every elimination gets you 1 point. That's where you get to buffer yourselves.
Yeah, exactly, and hopefully they can stack up on that. But just in case there will be any ties all throughout the tournament, we have the tiebreaker rule that hasn't changed so far from the international scene up until here. We have the number of Booyahs to be counted first, followed by total elimination, and if that is still tied, we go for the rankings in the final game. That we seldom see, but I don't know, this might be a different story. It might be all tied all throughout, especially towards next week.
Yeah, Garena Free Fire is like my wife. She's got a backup plan for the backup plan for the backup plan, right? That's exactly what these tiebreaker rules are. The backup plan for the backup plan of the backup plan. So we don't need to run any of these matches all over again. You know what we don't need to run all over again is the format of 4 Tatsuyas running around out there with a Rebel Rush. Now, every single player in the squad needs to equip only 1 unique active skill, which means no duplication whatsoever. And this has really changed the pacing of Free Fire Esports now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they could plan out, strategize on what they can use in Battlefield depending on which map and their play style is. And we've seen some of the teams who make those adjustments in the unique active skill department, especially if they're dealing with crowded maps or probably a Kalahari where in the long range would be your advantage. So this is what I love about this unique active skill, because it puts so much of mind in how to play. It's not more of the rotation as well as the other strategies that we're used to, but even active skill is being put into the mix. But I really love to see that Nero in play right now, because it seems like it's still not utilized to this best advantage. So I want to see that, especially with the update on the glue walls as well. Those are the best counter they can use.
I'm most definitely looking for some amazing narrow plays as well. On the highlight, yes, we did get to see PE Esports kind of pull off a great play, but I do agree with you, Neptune. They have not been as many. Not many squads are fully willing to commit to the narrow main play just yet. But of course, quite a bit of time has passed ever since the character has gotten introduced, so I do expect to see it a little bit more out there. Today, Group A will not be in action. They will be sitting on the sidelines as they watch Groups B and C take each other on. We have got India, we have got Bangladesh, we have got Thailand, as well as Indonesia in play here today.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to some of the teams, especially for those coming in from India, because there was a lot of hype every time that we go into broadcast in other tournaments, and this is a chance for us to see them. Nepal will also be introduced right now in this game, and Group B and C is going to start it off for this BR play-in. So it's, again, a different twist of a fate, I would say, for some of the teams, thinking that if you're on Group A, you might be the first one in the field. But I guess this is something that a few of the curveball that they will be dealing with right now, and I love how that's turning out.
Yeah, this is... I have come into this competition. Yeah, we were given notes by the producers and they told us to read up a bunch of things, which I did, but I took it with a pinch of salt, right? Because you never know exactly how a certain squad is going to function. Once you throw in a couple of extra regions into play as well, it could really mess up their gameplay. Many factors are involved, including those drop spots, which we'll see later on in a little bit in terms of where are their favorite drop spots, right? But as far as the team lineups go, there are some familiar names to you and me, Neptune. We've done a lot of shows for Southeast Asia, but South Asia, on the other hand, this is exactly what we are here to see, and I'm here to discover for myself as I watch them in action on this particular event. But overall, I'm really looking forward to seeing the clash between Bangladesh as well as India out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, names right here that is giving me some idea on how they can play, and hopefully they can live up to it. And earlier, we just see the first set, and now we are seeing Rising Sun from Nepal, and I'm really looking forward to how they play out in a battlefield of both South Asia and Southeast Asia. Red Cliff, we've seen like a glimpse of what they can do, and hopefully they've managed to improve themselves after a few of those instances wherein there was hope, but it was snuffed out. Avida, though, a new team coming from Southeast Asia that we also love to see.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, you've got GB Esports in the house as well from Nepal. I'm quite curious to see exactly how Nepal is going to be functioning in these competitions, right? Because they are not a region that's super dominant out there with their gameplay. They're very reserved, but the one thing that I can definitely appreciate out of the Nepalese region is they are very tactical with their approach. But do they have enough firepower up against these monsters that they're going to be thrown out in there with? We'll have to wait and see. In total, between Group B and C, we've got 5 teams out of India. So I definitely expect to see the region on fire today, Nep.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how it's going to turn up. I still have no idea, though there's like a few instances where I managed to take a peek on some of the gameplay, but that's under individual region. But now that they're like in the mix of everyone else, let's see on how they're going to perform. But these are the places the teams will be performing. Started off with a futuristic Nextera, followed by the OG Bermuda, and heading into the cold Alpine map. That'll be the first half, and then we go to the newest Solara, goes into the unexplicable purgatory, and then we jump in and end the day with Kalahari.
Yeah, I am excited to see what these teams are going to be doing on the first 3 maps, because obviously this is going to be setting up the pace of the day for them. I wouldn't say the pace of the week, because we have seen this time and time again. Some teams just don't wind up early. And when I say early, I mean on day 1, right? They do take advantage of the fact that they have got multiple days to play, but they have to be careful as well. Not every day is a play day for these groups. For example, on day 1 here, we're not going to be seeing Group A. So in the overall grand scheme of things, you've got 2 days of play. You don't have a lot of opportunities to go out there and mess up, right? So you can probably drop the ball on one game, and I hope that it's earlier rather than later, so that some of these teams really get to secure their spot. I'm not going to be naming any names as of this point of time, because I think it's way too premature. But I do have some favorites out there in terms of this grouping that I do want to see move on into week 2, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a few that we want to see move up. There's a few that we have a little bit of idea, especially from where they're coming from. Tactics that is region specific comes into play as well. But let's take a look and to Nextera, where the teams will prefer to drop. I know this is something that might change later on, but I'm really loving that we might see an early engagement happening in Zipway. But wherever it is, both teams might be able to move into Rust Down. The only worry I would have is the 2 teams, Fangs and Avida, on deck as clear, because it seems like they will be boxed out by 3 teams if they try to move out.
Yeah, and of course, I hope to not see anybody drop by the spot of Twin Bridge, because that's exactly where Nightmare Esports is going to be. And it looks, I kind of prefer having some of these outer barrier drops, right? So that you don't really get challenged all that too much often. But you're going to have a potential here as well for these teams at Zipway as well as Decker Square changing their drop spot. And yes, although we do have a plethora of spots in Nextera that you can take a drop at, I am hoping to see a little bit of chaos here on day one. I mean, we want to see who are the aggressive teams. We want to see who are these teams who are able to pick up points in a solid way from the very get-go. So hot drops are the best way to find out exactly who is ready for some dicey matches out there. So I'm expecting that, right? So even if we do see some of these teams kind of change their drop spot, I hope I see some chaos today.
Yeah, and that's one way as well for us to scream our lungs out. If we have that early engagement, hot drops happening, and you know how it is when it gets exciting. Hopefully it's not a, how can I say this properly, weak hot drop. Because like it is a hot drop, there's a lot of hype, a lot of excitement that might happen, and then one team falls down with only a few seconds. So that's what I'm talking about. So hopefully that's not the case, and they will bring a little bit more of fight in this battle.
So who do you guys think is going to be dominating the day here today? Do you think, okay, first of all, let's keep it simple for you guys, all right? Let's not go into team names just yet. Let me know which region you think is going to be dominating. Is it going to be India? Is it going to be Bangladesh, Thailand, Indonesia, or Nepal? Obviously, it's going to be very tough for Indonesia to dominate because they're only being represented by one team. So Southeast Asia only has managed to squeeze one team in here into the play-ins between groups B as well as C. So I'm expecting Kagendra to make a little bit of extra noise for the whole of Southeast Asia in a little bit.
Well, let's see though on how it is right now, but we also put in a little bit of prediction for ourselves just for match number 1, and here we have it. You did mention Kagendra, I have it on my list, and looking at the remaining 2, we have Avida x KDC as well as Redcliffe in there. Probably it's because of how we expect them going to play it out right here in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I do think iQOO has got a solid chance in here. I think you and I have had a little bit of similarity in terms of thought process, right? We try to throw as many flags as possible out there. Try to be uncles about this, try to be as fair as possible to all of the nations here. You know, unfortunately, we only get the top 3 prediction for this match. You know, if I had the opportunity to go top 5, you would have seen every single flag out there that's available, right? But of course, these are just purely predictions, right? These are, it's just like looking at your horoscope early in the morning. Someone might be able to tell you that, you know, your day is going to go this way, but you determine your fate. You decide exactly how your life is going to go. You decide exactly how your day is going to go. You decide exactly how these matches are going to go. And you have to play the basic rules of Free Fire. First of all, looting game. Second of all, you got to stick to the meta, bro. You got to collect those points early and you got to keep them on yourself.
Exactly, and for those of you that is not on the list right now, we are urging you to prove ourselves wrong. This is a time really to show up right now. It's a battle of regions right here, not just the countries, but regions of South Asia and Southeast Asia. And you know how it is. There's a lot of pressure when it comes to Southeast Asia being introduced into the mix because, well, currently it's Southeast Asia who has a title, especially in the global finals, and that's one thing that you want to break. That's one place that you want to be in, and this is one good chance to show up.
I mean, you know, the Indians will argue that, hey, you know, Southeast Asia only has it because we haven't gotten there yet. And that's the kind of fighting words I definitely want to hear out there from some of these regions. I want to see India rise and shine. But do they have what it takes to dominate just this Asia Invitational first before they take their step up onto bigger platforms a little bit later on? Again, Neptune, this is a question that has been on many, many minds for a long, long time. Because like you pointed out earlier on, the fan base out of some of these nations, absolutely unbelievable. And you gotta love it if you are a true Free Fire fan. We're gearing up for game number 1 as we'll kick off that match in a little bit. Once again, guys, let us know, who do you think is going to be dominating today? Which nation do you think is going to be dominating? And then maybe later on, I'll ask you guys a little bit of a different question, which team you think, right? But let's not go into teams just yet. Do you guys think if or not India is going to go out there and rip away 5 out of 6 Booyahs, right? One for each team that's playing out here today. Let us know in the comment section. We would love to hear from you guys.
Yeah, and one thing for sure, I mean, we still have the Red Cliffs fan out there going in and like showing up on the chat right now with the flag and cheering their team. So let's see if any one of you can beat that. I'm not saying that you can like spam, but make sure that you give all out to spread things around. Everyone that you know of who is a fan and not a fan of Free Fire, go ahead and share it to them so that they will be introduced to this kind of tournament and everything, to this kind of game that has given so much of potential for everyone here who's loving it.
I'm finally ready, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's next Terra time, baby. Game 1 of the competition. This is Free Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025. Day 1, Game 1, next Terra. No better way to do it, Mr. Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see where the teams will be dropping. Will they be following the script from what we've seen earlier on their preferred drop spot, or will someone change that right here? But speaking of changing, it seems like some of the teams that we've seen and expected to be in a hot drop, especially in Zipway, would be dropping like Red Cliff already. And a little bit of change for Avida. Instead of Deca Square, they move them to Mudside. So I guess they got an idea that they need to pull away from their usual.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? You got to switch up some of your drop spots here. You got to avoid some hot competition, and that's exactly what we see some of these squads doing out there as well, kind of pushing on into Rust Town. So this is a little bit of a big brain play coming through from Team RG. Let's see if or not they'll be able to keep that up a little bit later on. Rising Gods avoiding early encounter with Team Redcliffe. But RFX, on the other hand, Reflex United from Bangladesh in close quarters. The engagements, though, as they kick off, it's going to have India in participation. But Kagendra, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, looking to make a big statement early on.
Oh, let's see if iQOO Reckoning will be able to fight back. And there you have it, another takedown, this time onto Fire. But the Fire is not snuffed out just yet. And it is a Wota who will be taken down. Now, let's see who else will be available to go and fight against this team of Kagendra from Indonesia, or will they choose to move away and just revive their teammates and fight a different time?
2 eliminations already for Kagendra. Southeast Asia starting off hot. You see Fangs as well on the leaderboard, and Avida joins them as well as Tawan gets one with a Mag 10.
Oh no.
Revivals are obviously going to be pulled through, but Ninja 05. Not looking good here for iQOO Reckoning. Dude, I predicted them to get the Booyah. But I still think this is a possibility.
What?
Oh, Divine! Oh no! Doesn't take advantage! And Divine was like, wait a minute.
Who are you?
My prey, baby. Extra point, RGE out of the equation early. iQOO Reckoning just wrecked my prediction for map 1.
Definitely. I mean, sorry about jumping into that, because that's the whole thing that came into my mind. I mean, that pause, that moment wherein he could have shot against one player, but he knows the risk and he don't want to make that sound. But unfortunately, without even making a move, he was eliminated. Fangs right now is being pulled out, and it seems like the team right here going against them, it would be the densest. It is Meta Ninza getting 4 elimination already, pulling out all those Fangs, all those K9, and let's see if they can make them pray for their lives. But speaking of praying, Kagendra still in the roll, 5 elimination already, and in spite of Jojo being eliminated, there's still a chance for them to be a full squad.
My God, but Meta Ninja though, 5 eliminations already, looking for more. Time turner pulled out. And unfortunate for Team RG, the Rising Gods are dropping like flies in front of Meta Ninja.
Let's see if they can rise above like a phoenix, but there's not so much of movement that can be done. Yes, you have a Winchester, you have a good chance to go in for a shot, but 3 opponents against you, and Deepabot will be knocked down and eliminated with a God Nade. Going back to Fangs, 2 revives need to be done. Very close to the vending machine, but it seems like they are cautious of Kagendra right now, who's sneaking in and also planning for the same.
Absolutely, man. And I don't know who said I predicted a squad, that I did not predict. OGTSG was not my prediction, guys. All right. But it's all right. It's all right. Sometimes we have some misclicks. RFX, on the other hand, 1 elimination strong. 2 teams out of the equation. RGE and Headhunters. I'm a little disappointed because I expected the Headhunters to be a tad bit more aggressive out there. So 2 Indian squads early on out of the equation. 3 left standing here, Neptune.
Yeah.
Let's see how far they get into the circle.
And out of the 3, it's Ninza who's really doing so much in terms of elimination. 7 already to their name. Redcliffe, though, clipped 1. It is Ashifi. But he was a straggler in here in the reins of Kagendra. Now let's see if they'll be able to probably move away, bring them back. But the vending machine is very close to where Kagendra is. So I don't think they were going to risk it right now. There's a lot of compound and plenty of time to wait, especially as the zone is closing in from first to second.
Absolutely. And RGE. A beautiful rotation. Cut off by Mr. Hitman 11. VSK in hand, looking for more. Time Turner pulled out at the perfect timing here. As the boys from the side of NMR, Nightmare Esports, looks to make the rotation of Revenant Xspark a little bit of a nightmare, but the recovery is strong. The Indian teams again going up against each other, not looking good if they want to climb up the leaderboard. But Meta Ninza says, no worries, bro, I got this.
Yeah, still on the top of the leaderboard right now. But unfortunately, Fang will not be able to make it through elimination, but has been taken down. And let's see on how they're going to make it work later on, because Bangladesh still have a representative, which is Reflex United, as well as Redcliffe. But speaking of Redcliffe, they are being flipped right now by the Garudas, Kagendra. And it is Jojo's making that shot, especially in long range. And we know how it is. He has that snipe capability that can bring a team to a different high, but Mehedi missing that shot on the head, and it seems like he's going dead if in case the rest of Kagendra push through.
Yeah, Mehedi looking for the heady, just not finding it just yet, but Ashifi is bleeding out on side, and Mehedi instantaneous revival pulled off here. Winchester in head, looks for dead. Turns the 180, but then just too quick for him, dropping a double glue wall, backing away. Mehedi caught out, 11 HP, just could not stay on his feet. RFX just showing them who's boss. Reflex United showing up at the perfect timing here to prey on both, and Redcliffe stepping it up as well. This is not the kind of battle you want to get stuck in if you're low on numbers.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you want to add up all those points from a distance, aggression from afar, as I usually say, but how can you do it when a lot of teams like Kagendra is already reigning in these areas? Now, let's see if they can push through against Reflex United, because United, they go, and hopefully it is not United that they fall in this fight. 8 elimination, Fire's already back in play, and he will get information as well where RFX would be situated. So this is an advantage for Kagendra despite of losing out one player.
RFX, the scene. Oh my God, Raz! What a nade, the M79 just ripping through the players. Reflex were not quick enough to get away from that one.
No, a little bit of slow on the Reflex, I would say. Probably a little too quick on the glue wall. But, I mean, that's how it is. The deadly M79, especially if one team is not moving out of the compound, it seems like they are taking advantage of that current meta that we've seen in the international stage. And 11 points already for Kagendra, and it just brings Southeast Asia to a different high, but Rohit was hit! And Shanky shanks him. 10 elimination for the team of Meta Ninjas. And, well, the stealth is still on them. Slowly but surely, they're moving against the opponents and taking them down.
Raftar back it away. Rising Gods about to fall. Meta Ninja! I mean, they come falling out of the skies, but that's on a revival. Can Meta Ninja now pick up extra 3 points for themselves? Raftar has a vehicle on his side. And thankfully, the hill will block the vision of Meta Ninja. So no shots, no sniping out of the vehicle just yet. As they circle on in, pulling the rotation from the long left. Just keeping themselves at the very edge of the circle as Aimbot brings Stakla right back in here. 27 players as we approach the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, I'm really loving this rotation being done by Meta Ninza because at some point they're guarding the edge of the circle and also trying to chase in on the other opponents who might be stragglers in this map. And they're just playing with the meta right now. Yes, they are aggressive when teams come up against them, but they also know how to play it slow. And hopefully that would give them a little bit of advantage because we're getting into the first 10-minute mark where a lot of teams might be meeting up.
Slower pace, but Mehdi just wants to step it right back up. Revenant Xspark losing another player, not looking too great. Mehdi, can he get a double? Yes, he can. Midla straight down to the ground, and Redcliffe is showing us what they could not show us at the global finals. This is what we wanted to see out of Bangladesh. Kagendra, on the other hand, 11 eliminations. Just trickling it in one after the other. And this cannot be avoided by the looks of things. Meta Ninza up against Kagendra in a little bit.
Let's see, though, if they can pull away from this, but it seems like they can. And on the other side, it's Reflex United taking advantage of their position and bringing down a few players from Revenant Xspark. Now, for Reflex, they lost Tassin, but here's Midla, who might be able to gather a few coins, enough coins to bring him back, but it would need that the rest of the teams will pull away from those engagements and give that opportunity for a regroup. But for Meta Ninza right now, great position to take, and hopefully their backs will not be shot at as they wait for Kagendra to move in.
Yeah, Shanky on standby with the AC-80 up top. Meta Ninza. 2 players down on the ground as well, looking for the super flank. But RNS just needs to be a little careful here. Vincent trying to get some information, but he gets shot at instead. 2 teams. Now Kagendra might be the prey here, but Avida from the back just making Meta Ninza's lives a little difficult. You get away from Avida, and you got into straight up the crosshairs of Kagendra. One after the other. Meta Ninza all falling. They had a plan. Unfortunately, the disruption by Avida just threw that into a fix, and Kagendra did not wait to take advantage, and now Boltmaker bringing out the lightning zone. This is about to get dicey once again.
Oh, definitely. I mean, 2 already in front, and they're taking advantage of their position to wait on Avida at this point, but hopefully they can regroup, wait for the perfect opportunity into the edge of the final circle, or in the 4th circle we go, and Avida, as they moved out, thinking that they might be able to take down Kagendra, they just played switcheroo. Yes, they have the high ground advantage, but the Blues closing in on them, as well as that lightning zone that might damage their HP and cutting their approach against Kagendra. But for RG right now, 2 elimination, a little bit of passive, but they are in a good spot to probably find either Nightmare or Redcliffe if they had that long-range weapon.
I gotta wait for Avida to score Booyah just so that I can say, live in Avida. No, I'm not gonna do that, no.
Leaving Avida Booyah!
That's what I'm talking about, brother. Say that again.
Leaving Avida Booyah!
Okay, let's see if or not you curse them, bro. 14 elimination strong. It's the Indonesians. Next circle. RG's already in there. The Rising Gods that fell earlier on have managed to pull back a perfect recovery for the squad, and now they just keeping their noses out of this mess. And Meta Ninza taken out of the equation, and Kagendra haven't stopped just yet, hunting down the players of Revenant Xspark. Can they get yet another? Yes, they can. It's a 2v1, and Raz dropped the final player, Black 01, and Kagendra 17 eliminations strong. Revenant Xspark, unfortunately, just could not keep that spark alive up against the Southeast Asian squad.
I mean, I'm just surprised on what Kagendra is doing right now against opponents. They're taking advantage of not so much of knowledge of their gameplay right here, as these teams are just meeting up, if not for the first time, but only a few instances. And that's one thing that you want to do. You did mention this earlier, stack up the points early, so you have complete dominance, and you might be a team to everyone will be afraid of when you meet up, especially on those hot drops. But another team who might be able to do it is Avida, and here comes that Nero, and unfortunately it will be taken down. But a lightning zone right now being brought in, but on the other side, it's Kagendra putting so much fire once again.
Yeah, 1 player down on the side of Kagendra, though they've got a perfect defensive swap to play around with here. But Avida going in here for a straight-on rush. Whoop, Rising Gods, Riptide Rhythm from the left-hand side as well. Another team trying to get involved in this engagement, but Avida cleans up house. Rising Gods can't rise no more. They fall here in that 5th spot.
Good position being taken by Long Gong at this point, and Fire has been taken down. Pablo for the follow-up as well, and it seems like Kagendra's reign will be taken out with a team from Thailand. There goes the push, and there goes the final 2 teams backing away. Dead and Fire might be snuffed out, and there we have it. Kagendra almost being taken down with only 1 alive, and Fire is on the ground.
Wait a minute. Avida's from Southeast Asia, so what the hell am I talking about? 15 eliminations. Living Avida Booyah might just become a statement here by the end of this first match. We've got 2 more squads right in front of them. And one of them from Bangladesh, Redcliffe, doing fairly well now, but Avida looking to shut them down as she beat straight down to the ground. Instantaneous elimination, but it is not from the players of Avida. It is from NMR on the other hand. Nightmare Esports out of India. India still has got a great opportunity to walk away with a solid Booyah, but just a 35% potential win rate here. They need to wait and see if or not they can prey on Avida, but there's just no way for them to tell exactly who they're engaging with out here on the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing for sure at this point is Nightmare has an advantage when that shift happened. They did, or for Avida, they did put up that that monster truck just in case they needed as a cover or a way in onto the next phase of the circle. But there you have it. A124 being triggered by Long Kong, and that would disable the skills of Nightmare for 20 seconds, but not so much of time. And Taiwan, what did they see? 80 takes him down. Another one bites the dust, and seems like Avida would be the hero of this game.
Yeah, Taiwan with a doubly here. Looking for more. Needs to flank around. Nightmare Esports. Do they deal the Nightmare out to the rest of these squads, or will they get stuck in a nightmare created by Avida? Farhan up on top. Anusit gets a god nade. Ashiki from afar by him. The players of Nightmare Esports getting away from Avida, but dropped by Redcliffe, who are performing absolutely well in this opener at Netstera.
Oh, unfortunately, survivability is on there, but they have 2 players remaining against a full squad from Thailand. Well, let's see on what they can do. M82B from Fahim might be able to make that shot. Global Melter just above their head, and Anusid is a good position to be targeted. But the rest of the team's already below ground, and there goes Long Kong, and leaving Avida Booyah for game number 1.
Living Avida Booyah. That's what we're talking about, man. In Southeast Asia, did not have to bet all of their chips on Kagendra. Because I forgot we had Thailand in here as well. And you know what happens when you throw Thailand into a Battle Royale lobby. They clean up house. Unfortunately, for the rest of the regions, they just could not match up to Southeast Asia in this one particular match, because massive, massive points off of Kagendra as well as Avida. But of course, we want to see that last shot once again. See how the final blow was dealt. And Living Avida Booyah, solid stuff out of the Thai squad for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're cleaning house as clean as an Asian mama can do. And you know how it is. Like they are relentless, especially in that final moment. It's good enough that Redcliffe did manage to help them out, but that was a little bit of loss in terms of elimination. But let's not take it away from the team of Avida XKDZ, grabbing that first Booyah of this day and showing sheer dominance in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thailand, Indonesia looking to dominate with the points, but it is Avida that serves up Booyah number 1 for Southeast Asia. The rest of South Asia needs to figure out exactly how they can dismantle these squads, because you can rotate in, you can find your circle, but when you finally bump into these legends of Southeast Asia, what do you do? And I dare say this is just the tip of the iceberg. The real monsters of Southeast Asia have not showed up on your screens just yet. They'll show up in week 2.
Yeah, let's see on how they're going to prepare for this. That's 3 days in week 1 that everyone will be able to prepare, but none of the other teams are prepared for what Southeast Asia has to offer in this game. Oh yeah, Avida with 32 points, 20 elimination, but Kagendra with an awesome and massive 22 elimination, and unfortunately didn't end up on the final circle, but still managed to brought so much numbers into the game.
Yeah, I would like to highlight Meta Ninza here. 10 eliminations, keeping themselves still in the game in this #1 match, even though they got eliminated from the lobby prematurely. Meta Ninza is a very promising squad out of India, and I expect to see a little bit more from them. And it's the best, man. Piss the Indians off early, all right? They can look for a little bit of revenge a little bit later on. And this is the best case scenario here for South Asia, to be teased by Southeast Asia early on so that they can wake up before the rest of the competition is here. 5 eliminations out of the MVP of this matchup. The one, you saw exactly what he was doing out there earlier on. M590, the Winchester got pulled out for a couple of headshots as well. Kind of rocked the AC80 a couple of times in this lobby before he switched out to the M590 towards the end. And the Valiant Dash was something I did not see him use, but he definitely was chipping into each and every single one of those engagements that he found out there. 13 massive assists out of this player.
And that's one thing as well why he get all those shots. Well, you did mention about the AC80 because he's pulling out a Shiru right here. Damage delivered, wherein it marks those opponents for 10 seconds, gives more information for the rest of the teams, and that's when they rush in. So he's the front line, he goes for a rush, he gets hit, and still give out information for the rest. And this, I'm loving this tactics right now, coming from Avida XKDC. But let's see on what the rest of the teams has brought in terms of skills, and that might explain all those aggression overall, because apart from Oscar, we're seeing Nero as well as A124, and of course this Steffi.
Yeah, this looks like a very balanced squad when it comes to the active skill. You've got the Steffi there, and obviously you don't want to be naded out, especially when you get into those final circles. We saw what the M79 was capable of doing earlier on. 3 eliminations, no problem whatsoever, right? You've got the Nero as well. We did focus on the fact that he's not really used all that too much by the players and the squads out there. So fingers crossed we get to see more of that Nero action in some of this gameplay. Long Kong with the A124, absolute perfect skill to go in there for the mad rush, and he's the bomber as well, so he gets to keep a decent distance, tag up all of those players with those nades as he's getting the damage done in. But again, this was a massive game through eliminations for squad Avida.
Yeah, I mean, front runner, the front liner would be Tawan and Long Kong going in for a rush, getting those early damage, and then the backup coming from Anusit as well as Pablo right there just follows through. I'm loving how the Nero is being used right here and it's being pulled out by Avida, because not only do we have an Oscar, they also have that Nero, so breaking those glue walls would be very crucial, especially in the final moment. Though we didn't see it in that final battle in that Booyah, but the ideation is just like that. They want to clear house, and then that's when they put up all those pressure.
Absolutely, and of course, this was just sheer domination. They were just playing their own game. They didn't really get dragged around by any of the other squads. Let's take a look at the game summary here as well to see some of these stats that have been picked up by, my lord, 85 solid eliminations, 85 points came just through those eliminations out of this matchup. That's insane. 109 knocks, out of which 85 were confirmed, 56k on the total damage, and the longest elimination distance. I wish we could see which was that player that picked up some of these longest elimination distance in the future as well. 114 meters is insane there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 114 is a good mark as well that could work with that Nero. I know I'm glazing Nero so much because it does reach 100 when you throw it out in the battlefield, that cryo mine. So it gives you more of that opening when you make that shot. But going back to total elimination, did mention that that's a lot. But looking back on how Avida XKDC as well as Kagendra has, almost half of what the entire lobby has put in terms of elimination, and hopefully some other teams will step up and break that.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think it's going to be very tough to maintain consistency in a lobby like this, in a competition like this. The only problem here for South Asia is that Southeast Asia has had the pleasure of scrimming as well as competing against some of the best in the world for many, many, many years. They have definitely picked up enough skills to dominate some of these matches. And that's what I'm expecting out of the Asia Invitational in the grand scheme of things, right, Neptune? Not just to see who can dominate, but also for some of these other regions to test their skill, to test their strategies, to test their capabilities up against the Southeast Asian squads. And little by little, if not in this competition, eventually they will be ready to dominate the world as well at the global finals one day.
And one thing I'm looking forward to is a team who, despite of losing out in the first few games, they managed to recover and make those adjustments and then make it through towards week number 2, because that's where we will see the prestige. If they can do that in a limited amount of time, then they can do it even more given the opportunity to step into future tournaments. So that's one thing that you want to look out for. Teams that would be evolving all throughout these games, all these days, especially after BR play-ins, they step into week number 2 stronger opponents, and you know how it is. It's like working up all those mind muscles as well as mechanical skills muscles and making it stronger.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think this is that opportunity for some of these squads to step it up, right? We saw Redcliffe. What they did here in this match number 1 has managed to shut many, many mouths up. I think Redcliffe is one of those teams that gets a lot of hate, right? I mean, in equal proportion, Redhawks definitely get the same amount of hate. It's because they've got such a huge fan base, and some people just can't take it, right? They want that fan base, they want the numbers, and therefore they talk crap against these squads. And I think with Redcliffe stepping it up on this game number 1, hopefully it silences quite a number of these crowds. But of course, we want to see the consistency out of squads like Redcliffe as well as we head on into this game number 2.
Now, looking at the prepared draw spot right now in Bermuda, well, we want to see on how they're going to switch it up. From what we've seen earlier, when it comes to the dropping, it seems like a lot of teams had delayed their drops, and similar to what we're seeing right now on this Bermuda map. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully there's a little bit of change that will be happening all throughout. If not, then that's where a lot of teams will be meeting up as well, similar to what we've seen in Xterra.
Yeah, no doubt at all. This is going to be a tough one and multiple potential hot drops. But obviously, these squads have gone in here and did a lot of homework, a lot of research before hopping on into this day. And that was perfectly shown through Xterra earlier on. But that was just adjustments from a couple of squads. Now, you've got the favorite spots taken up by a majority of teams here. You look at Revenant, Xspark, you look at Kagendra, Avida, all of them love Sentosa, all of them love that private island with all of that loot that they can have for themselves. But now the problem is you got to battle up against a couple of monsters for that solid loot. And if these 3 teams land in there once again, there are many circumstances that could break down here. Revenant Xspark could just be the third party. They sit by, they watch these 2 monsters rip away at each other, and then they step in. Or these 2 monsters could rip Revenant Xspark apart at the very early parts of the game. I surely hope that's not the case. But even if I say that, Neptune, I do want to see consistency out of these squads as well, which means the dominating teams, I want to see them perform a little bit more. I am torn apart right now with what's happening out here.
Well, let's see now. Let's see. I mean, record-breaking run for this tournament. In terms of elimination, Kagendra has managed to put in 22 elimination. If they can increase that and probably, like other regions, like break the highest record that we've seen. I'm not going to say which region and what is the point, but there are a few teams that is showing up and putting so much, especially with the surprise hit of being introduced of new games or new teams into the mix. So I want to see that right here in FFMAI, wherein we still don't know who's going to take a lead.
Nah, we don't, man. But you know what we do know? We do know our custom predictions, and I can tell you I did not predict Orang Utan for game number 1, but it's as good as predicting Orang Utan because I predicted iQOO to pick up the number 1 spot, and they got eliminated so early, so it's as good as saying Orang Utan, okay? So I'm going to give that to you guys, all right? Production just played a trick on me. I'm going to take that. But what do you know? Are we twinning right now with our predictions, Neptune?
Bro, I just realized that predictions that we had earlier, especially for Avida as well as Redcliffe, they were part of top 3. And then Kagendra did perform. So I'm going to stick with that. I know that's where you're coming from as well, because how well they can dominate, and we want to see those domination. We want to see, I'm not talking about specific regions. We want to see the teams already on top proving that they can be on top, and that's where the motivation for the other teams will happen. If they can play it a little bit smarter, not too aggressive, making sure that those top teams will be taken out early, then that's where they have that chance.
Yeah, no doubt at all. This time, I hope I can curse some of these big squads. I have named them as the top 3, but I hope they fall early, right? I hope they get eliminated early from this lobby, because it's going to be interesting to see if or not some of these bottom feeders can rise up to the occasion and rip away some of these points as well. It seems like it's going to be impossible, because there's a huge disparity between the domination at the top of the leaderboard as opposed to what we can see mid and at the bottom of the leaderboard. But you know, there can be miracles, my friend. If there can be living Avida Booyah, there can be miracles as well.
I mean, let's see if they can bring miracles, especially if they came along right here for the next map of Bermuda. You know what I'm talking about, AJ? The OG map, everyone knows this. And this is where aggression versus like passiveness, being careful, survivability goes in tie. Like, I would say contrasting as well as working together. So if you can be a passive in the early parts of the game, similar to what we've seen Redcliffe do, and then slowly build up those elimination, then you can get even more because of the familiarity of the teams right here that can gather towards that, fourth and fifth phase of the circle, and they will be your target to move up to the ranks and increase that numbers.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, you know, we focused on Avida, we focused on Kagendra, Redcliffe a little bit as well. We need to talk about the teams at the bottom. Headhunters, I did not see them hunt any heads. They only managed to get one single elimination, no placement points at all. iQOO Reckoning, the team that I predicted to get the #1 spot, was one of the first few to get eliminated. In fact, they picked up nothing of the previous lobby as well. So Headhunters, iQOO Reckoning, I've got my eyes on you. It's Bermuda time. This is game 2 on day 1 here at the Free Fire Asia Invitational, Free Fire MAX Asia Invitational, I have to say. This is map number 2 once again. I can't wait to see if or not the Dominators continue their dominating run or the bottom feeders rise up to the occasion. I want to think and I want to see no bottom feeders at all. I want to see absolute chaos as we flip the script here on this map number 2, Neb.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see, though, if that would happen. Looking at where the teams will be dropping in, seems like they are finding a more comfortable drop spot right now. But similar to what we've seen earlier, because of the unfamiliarity of where the other teams will be coming in, seems like they delayed their drop. And there's 2 that we're seeing right now. Avida as well as RG, the Rising Gods, who might be falling. But as you can see right now, Reflex United managed to get the first elimination. Nightmare, putting a Nightmare against Redcliffe, and the follow-up from Fahim, though he doesn't save his teammate, but still managed to get equalizer from that game.
Yeah, Reflex, 2 eliminations very early on. Bangladesh definitely going to be celebrating this one, at least for a little bit. Let's see if they can keep this one up. Electrotherapy clearly getting the job done here, as Reflex finds a little bit of domination on Mars Electric.
Let's see. Reflex, well, there's not so much that they can do right now in terms of taking out an opponent, but Revenant Xspark has lost their spark right now. First team being eliminated, and it's just unfortunate that another team from India will be taken down. Now, with that, it seems like Kagendra would be taking the lead once again with 3 elimination early on, but we still don't know where they will be rotating. And at this point, the hot drop is already over. We might see a little bit of slowdown, but Avida right here spotting out Rising God, and this was bound to happen, especially in how close each other they dropped in.
Yeah, Rising Gods. Avida's gonna make them change their names soon enough if they keep bumping into them at this competition. The Rising Gods have not been able to rise all that too much. 6 placement points in the previous matchup, 4 eliminations, a total of 10, which is not too bad. I mean, we always talk about the average points you have to pull away from these games just to find a qualifier in the grand finals. In this particular case, it's not the grand finals, but into week 2 of play. And 10 points every match, I think, is decent enough So I want to see more from them a little bit later on. But Headhunters, this time around, doing a little bit better than the previous matchup.
Yeah, the Headhunters did manage to spot 2 of the players from Rising Gods, and as they have been split up, that's where RG has been left in a passive state. Now, Fang right now, 1 elimination coming from the Yamza up in Bullseye, and let's see if they'll be able to spot a good compound to take, especially on the edge of the next phase of the circle, because the other teams are putting in a slowdown. They're putting the brakes in some of the engagement, but well, it seems like from what we've seen earlier, Avida and Kagendra meeting up a little bit early. Jojo on the flank, spotting Avida, and that averts the surprise hit that they could have taken.
This is where we get to see 2 Titans clash very early on in this matchup. Avida up against Kagendra, the battle of Southeast Asia. That had been a lethal nade. Raz would have been toast, but no M79 in the hands of Pablo. As Jojo tries to flank around, getting a shot from that far off spot is not going to be so easy with so many of these coconut trees blocking his vision and his crosshairs. The line of sight just not clear. But as I say that, Jojo does manage to nail down Pablo. Down on the ground. Tawan down as well. Raz, they be cooking. Kagendra about to put Avida in a little bit of a fix. And Long Kong, the final player. Jojo M590. One more shot needed. The Mini Uzi won't be able to do much. Get through wall. And he drops Long Kong. But at the very same moment, Fangs are the first team to get eliminated. Revenant Xspark as well. What is going on, Neptune?
Well, surprisingly, Avida managed to revive their teammates on that final moment, managed to buy a little bit more time, and now they're full squad. Now they can regroup, they can head into the next phase of the circle, and it's still early from the first to the second phase. But for GB Esports, 2 elimination already, missing that opportunity, but they can follow outside of the blue. It wouldn't hurt that much, but it's better for them to stay into the vending machine right now and wait for any stragglers. At least they can not be worried about making all those ways. But well, it seems like Meta Ninza is still in the role. Great headshot coming from team.
Yeah, great recovery by iQOO Reckoning though. It's moving on in. That narrow was tossed straight towards them, but the glue wall managing to be erected just before that plushie landed on their sides, picking up their buddy Ninja 05. Now both make a time, calling up the lightning zone just to torture the players of RGE a little bit more. iQOO Reckoning, they reckon they want to get up to that high ground and make this into an equal fight. But Meta Ninza down to the ground. Beautiful relocation here with that jump pad. As the players on the side of iQOO Reckoning take that high ground, tables have been turned. Now Meta Ninza have a defensive spot to work with.
Let's see though. I mean, almost a takedown being done onto Ronit. Now, RGE pulling away from that engagement. They know that they couldn't end it. All they have to do is move away from potentially being eliminated by the team. But seems like one has been hit, has been taken down, and they will need to revive him. Looking at the rest of the teams right now, RG and Headhunters going into battle against Bima Sakting Street, and it is Meta Ninja who might be invited later on, especially if those shots will be heard, and they are also moving in the vehicle, so that makes Shanky a threat in that fight.
Threat for sure, man. RG, the Rising Gods out of Nepal. Now with an opportunity to see if or not they can hunt some heads. Kunal, Nate, not gonna reach the great double glue wall to block out the doorway as well as the window. Rapta on the other hand, Drogon doesn't find a connection.
Yeah, let's see though, here comes Meta Ninja, and you can hear the vehicle. The battle is not over between RG and Headhunters, and Raptor will be hit. What Headhunters cannot do, the Meta Ninja can. And, well, it seems like it is just that team of RG who's falling down in here as they split up and meet with 2 different teams.
Absolutely. Meta Ninja, 6 elimination. Shanky trying to get that up to 12. Max, no pickup coming on through. And the rest of the squad, Meta Ninja going in for that rush. Headhunters unable to hunt those heads. Now backing away, looking for an opportunity to survive here. Meta Ninja not giving them that opportunity at all for now. XMA from up top, trying to take on all 4 players. But he's just going to be that distraction for the time being. Arsh is with him as well. They can't bait out the shots from Meta Ninza just yet.
Oh, Kunal being spotted, especially with that cryo mine putting in there. Look at the chip damage plus information gameplay being brought in by Meta Ninza. And I'm really loving it at this point. Ginotra, let's see if he'll be able to make those shots with an AC-80 as well as a Winchester. But a little bit standstill. And we're seeing from this trip right now, it's on the horizon. A few of the teams are slowly moving in, so hopefully that will not be any distraction. Binoculars being used right now, just to find out who else they can deal with and where the positions are.
So far, still 2 teams eliminated, and everybody else on the run to pull those revivals through. And Rising Gods about to be the falling gods if they don't do something about the rest of their fallen players. Meta Ninza, Headhunters in a decent fight, but Kagendra will get taken out of the equation. Marvel, great play with that Mag 7. Kunal looking for the recovery. M590 in hand. Ernest moving straight up. Ooh, but will get sprayed down. Beautiful counter by Marvel. Gets straight to the head. And Shanky could not pull that rush off perfectly. And Vincent, the final survivor. And the tables have been turned. Now the Headhunters do the hunting. Vincent trying his best to get away. Kunal, can he get the job done? Great line of sight. Uses the terrain to his advantage. Vincent, great blue wall, a sliver of bells left here. Kunal trying to get the job done. XM8 finding the connection. Marked up already. The Superman will come out. But it's just a matter of time here. Vincent will stand no chance to survive. And the Headhunters successfully hunt down Meta Ninza.
The Headhunters living up to their name right now, hunting the heads of Ninja. You know how difficult it is, the stealth of the Ninja as well as aggression from what we've seen them do earlier. But now, a different challenge will be happening. Coming from Peak, it is either RG or Avida right now who's moving in. But from what we've seen from Anusit, he's taking the middle because the blue would be closing in. And then we'll be showing the next phase in a bit. But Nightmare will be meeting up with Redcliffe as well as some players from RGE. And let's see how that's going to end up right now, because Sohan will be taken down. The same goes for Ronit. They were cautious earlier when they met up against Avida, and now they are slowly falling down.
I'm loving the fact that Redcliffe is still chilling outside the safe zone here. Obviously, those team boosters are in full effect, allowing them to tank the damage outside the circle. Question is, when are they going to be hopping on into some of these fights? NMR, on the other hand, already stuck in a little bit of a nightmare of their own. The pickup is solid. Hitman still bleeding out! And RGE, iQOO reckoning. Perhaps they did not step it up in that game 1 where I predicted them as the Booyah winners. But they're finding that recovery, finding those numbers now in this matchup.
Oh, let's see if they can increase that numbers, because the Nightmare is showing us a nightmare, especially of those coming from this trip. Binoculars being used right now. Sees 1 information would be in there, and Zohan has managed to pull a Jeep and pull away from this engagement. But on the other side, we have Reflex United going against Avida, and seems like 2 floors will be taken by these 2 teams. A little bit of rush has been done, but that valiant dash that is pushed through entirely. Now let's see if Avida can win this fight. Into the corner they go, but Reflex is the one going down one at a time.
The A124 popped at the perfect timing here. And now the players of Avida cannot protect themselves with their active skills. It has to go down to all of those mechanical engagements out there. But Reflex, Midlar, and now a 1v2. Long Kong sidesteps it. Pablo with a backstep, and Avida survives the engagement. And Reflex still a tad bit too slow up against a squad like Avida.
And that's one thing. I mean, I was expecting that they might have been winning it. Pushes Avida into corner as well as making those shots, but unfortunately they couldn't hold up. The glue will save them, plus each of the players was able to recover in spite of losing 2. They're still on fire right now for Avida. 5 elimination already, still 2nd place, and might be able to catch up onto Kagendra.
1 down, 1 more to go. The Titan Kagendra out of the equation. Avida 3 points away from them. make that 2 now, Pablo, as he secures one off of the player from the side of Redcliffe. But if Avida does not get taken down right here, right now, it's going to be very difficult for the rest of the squads to catch up with them. It's dependent on teams like Headhunters, maybe even Redcliffe, but Redcliffe, they're getting sliced and diced. NMR, Nightmare Esports showing Redcliffe exactly what a nightmare looks like. Fahim, one final battle with the BMK, gets the knock, now 2v1 for him. How do you survive a situation like this? Answer is you don't.
You don't, stuck in a corner, and 3 going against you. But that's a great shot with the VSK up close and personal, using it as a shotgun. Now let's see on how the rest will be following suit on this closing of the first of the previous phase of the circle. RGS taking himself down, and RGE has been picked up. Zohando goes down, and iQOO Reckoning need a little bit of reckoning as well, as they are being left alone as Headhunters fight against GB.
Yeah, GB Esports out of Nepal. We haven't really seen them in a lot of action, but 8 eliminations on their side is solid. Up against Headhunters, and the most lethal one is going to be Kunal. M79 in hand, looking to lob those nades, but that's exactly what GB does up against them as well, throwing in the deep freeze straight up to the very corner of the house, pushing the players on the side of Headhunters way back. Avida on the left-hand side. GB needs to be careful. Avida looking for that perfect angle, but Headhunters taking the fight, potentially straight up to Avida. This is the distraction needed for GB to find a safer location to play on.
Oh, they're getting the heavy GBs right now, as they are now part of the top 4. Unfortunately, RGE will be eliminated. Now, Avida only has 2 players in hand, and for Headhunters, hopefully they will not spout a bit of Avida, so they can have a fighting chance. There goes a hit from Hitman, but unfortunately one of the players has been knocked down as well, and Marvel will need to wait for next lobby. But 11 elimination from the Headhunters, and they have a fight against Avida as well as Nightmare on the other side.
Yeah, you can say that again, man. They definitely have a solid fight coming up towards them. Avida, though, looking like scoring a Booyah might just be impossible. They're the squad with the least number of players still alive and active out here on the battlefield in the top 3. But Long Kong trying to equalize the playing field here. Beautiful snipe, but those glue walls instantaneously erected. But now the strategy for Avida is simple. Allow Headhunters to hunt some heads. GB obviously won those points. GB Esports up against Headhunters, with Avida watching stealthily.
Yeah, Avida making those noise, making it look like it is the Headhunters who's shooting them down, and they are still in a safe corner. There goes Divine, but unfortunately Yakuza spotted those glue walls, put out a glue wall melter, but no grenades just yet. Now, with all the chaos that's ensuing this small compound, Avida is slowly closing in, broken right now, pulls out the RGS, and there goes a nade. Avida might be going down, but slowly but surely moving in, and Arsh might be the next target of 2 players.
Yeah, solid rotation, using those glue walls as blockers, and now Arch down on the ground. Kunal, a sliver of health left on him. The deep freeze, making it work. And Kazir's kill drops him. Kunal now bleeding out. GB rotating around to meet the players on the side of Avida. Headhunters can no longer hold their footing here. Arch goes in for the pickup. Kunal might just get back up on his feet. The circle's not here just yet, and Headhunters still in here. Headhunters could help out Avida in a few seconds as they re-engage with GB.
Kagendra take down Longong already. The quick pickup has been done. Pablo for the trade-off, but they are still alive. Headhunters as well as Kagendra has been taken down, but if they will be picked up, they will need to deal with 4 players coming from GB. And, well, it seems like they will be named GGs as well, because they have a bigger chance. So this is GG's, GB, good game, good Booyah.
And goodbye, Avida. What a Booyah out of GB Esports. Nepal, stand up. Your squad is ready to dominate a couple of matches here. And you gotta praise these boys for sure. It was not an easy final circle. Headhunters were being really annoying. GB, they had the numbers to deal with them. But the most important thing is dealing with Avida at the same time. The Headhunters were keeping them busy. Positioning is obviously very important. They had the high ground. They had the low ground. Most importantly, they played those opportunities and positions perfectly. And of course, the final shot that got GB Esports their Booyah. This was that moment, right, as to how Headhunters could have really messed it up for them, but they made sure the backstep out of Arsh was just not going to be successful up against them, and Divine just spent way too much of time outside the circle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I really love the multitasking that the GP has done in there, trying to go against Avida and then picking up their teammates, as well as dealing with Headhunters at the same time. And we're seeing a little bit of champion potential with that kind of move. In critical moment, all those micro decisions, and then still managing to grab that Booyah would make a team even better, even stronger when it comes to the future battle. So good game, really, coming from GB Esports from Nepal, and really loving how things are turning out. But Avida is still in the final circle, so they might be taking the #1 spot.
I mean, might is definitely an understatement. I think Avida did very well in this game as well. Speaking of consistency, they almost got wiped out by Kagendra, pulled off a final second double revival, stayed in the game, got to the final circle, and almost walked away with the Booyah again. But what's amazing is, we talked about this point, Neptune, picking up those elimination points. Even though Kagendra only walked away with 3 placement points getting eliminated so early, they still match up and overtake Kagendra on the overall leaderboard, sneaking away the 4th spot from them. But GB Esports keeps the Booyah, keeps that #1 spot with a total of 27 at the top of the leaderboard.
Definitely. I mean, a huge number of points coming from GB Esports. Nightmare Esports, as well as Headhunters, both coming from India, is tied right now, and very close as well to that final 3 teams. Kagendra, despite of being taken out a little bit early because of the effort that they put in getting that much elimination, which is 13, they're still into the mix and into the fight with Avida XKDC. But final survivor against GB Esports, which is Avida, and they're still putting up this much of fight, but other teams are slowly catching up.
Let's see if or not they'll be able to catch up, like how this MVP has caught up. Kazi sir, you played a damn good game. 4 eliminations, 3,844 on the damage, 5 assists, rocking that narrow. And this is what we want to see. Rocking it a little bit of meta as well. The M82B, is it going to make a comeback in the hands of players like Kazi sir? We'll have to wait and see. Rocking that tactical market as well, which has just become so popular. The combination between the tac market as well as the team booster just cannot be beaten in the current meta.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much of the enhanced hammer as well as super leg pocket just yet. But in terms of BR, at least 2 of the team boosters. I mean, you will be able to get all 6 spots or 6 slots if you have enough coins, and that's one reason as well why Cassie Sir is using that Suzy. Not only is this for pick up our teammates or revive our teammates, but also be able to give it to those who have that team boost, that tactical market, and let's see, or team booster rather, for them to open up those spots. Now let's see the rest of the team, what they put into the mix when it comes to skills, similar to what we've seen earlier. Oscar, Nero, and A124. It seems like it is a usual pattern, regardless of which region, but that Chrono would be the deadliest, because in the front line, if everything is going awry, it can pull out the time turner and then can save your team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and both of it was defensive, right? In terms of what's flex right now. Like you said, the constant one was Oscar, Nero, A124. Instead of the Steffi, we see a Chrono this time around, but still pretty much on the defensive focus. And the Chrono, that time turner, is absolutely crucial, especially when you get into a little bit of a pinch out there on the battlefield. A total of 9 eliminations between Kazisa as well as Yakuza, a total of 6 between Speedies as well as Broken. And this is a solid way to start the day here. Game 2, you've already gotten the Booyah, you've got 15 eliminations. I think GB is doing solid right now. Nepal has to be proud, but obviously the bigger question is, can we continue to see consistency out of regions who have not had enough practice out there just yet up against the Giants?
Yeah, that's a thing that we want to see right now. And from what we've witnessed, despite of how we think that Avida will be taken out a little bit early, despite they did get that Booyah earlier, but now it seems like the curse might be transferred to GB Esports. Hopefully that's not the case. We want to see them perform, but let's take a look at the game summary and a total of everything else. 80 elimination, quite close to the 85 that we have from game number 1. Total knockdowns is 104, and the longest elimination distance as well as total blue wall destroyed. Seems like it's also similar. The damage though, that's where it increased. Probably it's because of the map itself. Bermuda has a lot of engagement from the early parts, mid parts, until the late game.
Absolutely, man. 80 eliminations, not as much as that Nextera map that we saw earlier on, but I'm really not going to complain at all. But the longest elimination distance just got an upgrade. Now we are at 116 meters. Who's going to break this? I'm really curious. A total of 139 glue walls obliterated out there. And this is what we want to see, right? These stats kind of just getting amped up game after game. I want to see who breaks the longest elimination distance record a little bit later on. Again, I really wish I could see some of the names of these players, but I'm sure production will, furnish us with that information a little bit later on. Today's standings overall, this is the combination between game 1 and 2, where Avida and GB have secured these 1 and 2 Booyahs for the time being. Kagendra hot on the heels of Avida, XKDC, 45-48 points up top, but obviously teams like Nightmare as well as GB catching up. Redcliffe, I didn't see as much as I wanted to see out of them in this second game, but it's good to see them still hanging around in the top 5.
Yeah, let's see though if they'll be able to make it up. Now, some of the teams who didn't really work out that well from the early part now is catching up. And again, I pointed this out that some would take this advantage of finding out whether other teams is already moving in Nextera, play it through on Bermuda, and we've seen that happen from GB, we've seen that happen consistently for Nightmare, and also for some other teams like Headhunters. They only got 1 point from Nextera and followed it through with 19 points. So I'm loving this evolution, this micro adjustment, but let's see on how that's going to come up in Alpine. Quite similar to Bermuda, especially in when we talk about the landscape, but the rotation would be different because there's a few more that they need to work through, especially if it's the flight path as well as the circle is involved.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And obviously we can start to see a little bit of consistency here when it comes to the eliminations and the domination in some of these matchups. But the placement points, I think, are still pretty much, a challenge for some of the Indian squads, right? You look at Meta Ninza, you look at Headhunters, really hanging on with those eliminations. It's not a bad thing, but I obviously want to see that improve a lot more later on down the line. I want to see the aggression out of these squads as well. At the end of the day, it's free fire. Yes, you got to survive, but you got to pick up those solid elimination points to climb up the leaderboard. I think, of course, first 2 games, a little bit of a warm-up for these squads. India, though, needs to wake up as we head on into game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have 5 representatives and only a few that's really moving up. Nightmare is one, and we've seen Meta Ninja, a little bit of glimpse of what they can do. The same goes for Headhunters. If they didn't get that low in terms of numbers in Nextera, they might be in there in the top 5 already. But for iQOO Reckoning, Revenant, Xspark, there's a lot more that they need to bring in. And the same goes with Rising Gods as well as Fangs, because they are the bottom 4 for today's standing. So I want to see what more they can bring. A little bit more adjustment can move a lot when it comes to how this battle's turning up.
Yeah, and I really expected a lot more from iQOO Reckoning as well, right? But eliminations wise, they've just not been able to find their groove spot just yet. They're still being tortured by some of these other squads out there. But of course, we want to see a little bit more here in terms of action, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And for that action, we hope and pray that some of these predicted or the preferred drop spots are exactly what we see out there when the flight path heads on into this matchup, because we've got some massive potential hot drops coming through here if we get this one, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we might see the GB and Avida battle from the earlier match in Bermuda start off early, unless either GB or Avida moves to Garrison. Nightmare, I know they're aggressive in the early parts, and they might stick with that snowfall drop. For base camp, there's 3 teams that we're looking at right now, and Red Cliff, I have a little bit of confidence for Redcliffe at this point, especially they're going against Rising Gods. But if they slow it down a little bit and probably move further away from everyone else, you know how Redcliffe is. They go for survivability first before elimination, and that's where they can bring themselves a little bit higher, probably in the final circle once again.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And by the way, we are definitely looking into the YouTube chat as well. So our dearest survivors, please, let's not hate each other. Let's not put each other down. We are all here to get ourselves entertained by some solid Free Fire matchups here at FFMAI. We want to see exactly which region can dominate. We want to see which teams can dominate. And you know, you can support your team without putting the other squads down in the dumps or insulting them. So hopefully we get to have a clean YouTube chat, as clean as some of these matches that are being played out here by these squads. Again, Southeast Asia, they look like they're dominant. Even though Kagendra kind of dropped the ball earlier on, there's still a threat here. And speaking of threat, I once again think India needs to wake up, and I am going to throw 2 of the Indian teams out here on our predictions. Let's take a look at our predictions, Neptune, and see who do you and I think is going to be dominating Alpine in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I did a little bit switch up because of the consistency of Avida right now. Kagendra is in there, but we know that Nightmare has put up so much in the fight. Even the Nextera following it through with the Bermuda. But I want to see more of that as well. And from your side, well, we've seen that dominance and that potential from Meta Ninjas right here. So I do agree and understand why you're putting them on the board as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I want to see India rise up to the occasion this time for sure. And I think Kagendra was a tad bit disappointed with their run in the previous game at Bermuda. And this is where they'll be looking for their recovery. They're not going to be waiting all the way until the end of the day, right? But of course, this is what we think is going to happen in terms of storyline. These are the teams that we kind of secretly hope, well, it's not so much of a secret now, we kind of hope rises up to the occasion, rips away a couple of solid points. But I really think it's time for Meta Ninja as well as NMR to really step up the gameplay, right? I think India has not been very noisy so far in the first 2 games, and I think it's high time they started making a little bit of noise. And I think these 2 teams are the perfect one, and it's good to see that you think Nightmare Esports can make a nightmare for some of these other squads out there as well. So I want to see them, you know, serve that nightmare up and not get caught in one. They've been caught in one a couple of times already.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare turns to the dream. That is what they are looking for right now.
Amen.
And the dream would be to get that Booyah. So hopefully they can turn things around, put a better mental state in their game, and that's when they slowly move up. But for the other teams, one thing is for sure. The threat would be Avida, Kagendra, and whoever other teams will be grabbing that Booyah. Yes, Kagendra haven't taken the Booyah just yet, but you've seen how deadly they are. 13 taken down early, 3 on the placement, but 13 on the elimination, and you don't want to meet with them early on, especially in this next map of Alpine.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this third match, Alpine, this is what we want to see. Of course, the underdogs are looking to climb the table. The dominators are looking to continue on with their dominance. And the mid-card squads are being forgotten, left out of this conversation. Maybe they're going to take the opportunity to surprise us and impress all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to shiver as we see the aggression by some of these Free Fire legends out there. And of course, some of them not legendary just yet, but perhaps through FFMAX Asia Invitational, we'll be able to see them rise up to clinch that title for themselves as well. A skewed flight path towards the left gives us a little bit of potential for chaos here, Neb.
I get a little bit of goosebumps right now every time I see a skewed flight path, and it's a little bit early for Christmas at this point because it's still in Alpine. Most of the time you see that in Purgatory. Now, as we look at drop spots, some of the teams didn't disappoint. Redcliffe did drop into pace camp, but they spread a little bit onto Sunside, but they might be meeting up with GB Esports, and that momentum that GB has might be deadly against the Bangladeshi team, but also Meta Ninja will be in the mix, so they need to be cautious.
Revenant Xspark 1v2. Ooh, bad timing there for that Riptide Rhythm. Could have put KD God in a tight little spot. Mini Uzi going in for the second engagement. Will be able to get the first knock, but of course turned on. RNSO 4 in the right place, right time. Sahil could not fly away. Revenant Xspark losing that one player. Revival isn't going to be too impossible here, as Rivermouth shows us a little bit of early chaos, but the disengagement here from the Rising Gods is understandable. We do not want to see them get caught up in a mess way too early in this matchup. They need a lot of points to climb up.
Let's see though. Speaking of points, Meta Ninza, as expected, is already farming points, seeding 2 teams on Sunside and dealt with a few from Red Cliff already. Now let's see if Red Cliff can recover and revive their teammates. Sunside is still occupied by 2 players coming from Meta Ninza, but they're a little bit too aggressive though, not even going for a regroup, and we have no idea as to where the remaining 2 players are. So hopefully they will be cautious. Yes, they have advantage in terms of firepower as well as taking down those players from Red Cliff, but if they get a little bit too aggressive, they might be in the flip side.
Headhunters, big fight coming up. They've got a scout up top, but you can't do much. Kunal down on the ground, try to go in for that aggressive maneuver, just not the right SMG in his hands. Marvel in and out of the time turner. Will be able to spot one, and a fantastic Drogon shot courtesy of Marvel, just to equalize the playing field here. Gets to the vending machine, pulls in the revival, and catches Max as well. Marvel is on fire.
Oh, definitely on fire, and really, the marvel of this team showing up with that Drogon. I know we could rarely see that, especially in the current meta, but if it's working for him, why not? But for Fangs right now, jumping and pushing their Fangs against a team that we didn't expect would be going down, which is Nightmare, and only 1 remains. So it's very close to the vending machine. There's not so much that they can do to move in. But for Kagendra and Avida, same threat overall. The team that took them down, and might be the same story right here. And putting Kagendra is not that difficult, especially if there's only 1 remaining.
Sit down, Anusit, says Raz, as he knocks him straight on his butt. But the problem here is he's gonna get clapped. Pablo buys it, couldn't get there in time, and as Anusit gets that perfect revenge. What a play here by Avida and Kagendra. They burn out early because they clashed up against a Titan, and that is the best case scenario here for the rest of the teams trying to climb up the leaderboard. 1 Titan down, another 1 to go. Avida, you might just be next.
Well, let's see though, Avida might be the next target by a lot of teams right here, but GB not going in too aggressive despite of them grabbing a good Booyah earlier, especially as they have a hit list on them, so their position on the map will be triggered, will be lighted for those who pulled up that hit list. For Revenant Xspark, well, not so much of engagement after the 4 that they have, but Red Cliff slowly building up in the numbers from Railroad might be meeting up with Avida. That would be the threat. So if they have an idea that the team is already on Carousel coming into Sunside, they can head into Garrison, at least put up an Arvin, and then they will see that that's all clear, and then slowly move up in the middle of the map.
This is a blitz map for sure. 3 teams down for the count so early on, and they are from the top 6. Lindsay out, Nightmare out. This is just the biggest dose of caster curse I've ever dealt.
Still have 1 more. Still have 1 more.
No, those are my 3, bro.
Oh,
I got 3 for 3. But that's exactly what I said for game number 2, right? You know, the teams that I predicted, fingers crossed, some of these other squads, you know, they take them down and out and climb up. But you know, I was really hoping to see Meta Ninza and Nightmare Esports climb up the table, man. They just got burned down super early. That's unfortunate.
Might be map specific. I mean, we know how it is. Bermuda, a lot of teams are familiar with it, and they can move differently compared to the other maps. But let's see though, GB well, they have the momentum. They still have that motivation working for them. 4-man squad, and despite of the hit list on them, they have an idea where RGE is or Reckoning is. So if they spot on where at least one player from iQOO Reckoning, then they will take that advantage and go for the rush. But they need to be cautious right now. A few of those teams would be having their eyes, especially on those gunshots, and might be pulling them in onto the other side. But, well, iQOO Reckoning right now, a little bit too aggressive, and hopefully this doesn't turn around against them.
Now, this is a tough one for sure. GB Esports, clearly see them there. Looking for the engagement. On screen, it's Rising Gods getting into a little bit of a fix here. Managing to find that knock for themselves. There's lots of chaos all around the battlefield. And KD God is almost got a headshot to his foot. But he managed to jump away, although his feet were bleeding, but it's all right, man. That shows you the spirit of a fighter.
Yeah, you know how it is. Like KD God, he does have a little bit of godly blessing, but let's see how can he do it against Kagendra. Now, blue UAV right now on a 1v1 up close and personal, a VSK gameplay coming from Kagendra. We've seen that before. We're going to see it once again, and it seems like God will be going down, or Kagendra will be going down, but he will also be taken down by Black from the other side.
Oh my lord. GB stepping it up. 5 eliminations already. But Revenant Xspark looking to spark a battle between themselves as well as GB. But of course, Revival's going to be easy peasy with the vending machine straight in their hands. But outside the circle is of this point of time, GB Esports need to find a way to rotate on in. Redcliffe, on the other hand, about to fall off a mountain as Avida looks for the chase, but they just got to get that one elimination off of them. And the binocular scan onto the vending machine finds absolutely no one. You get to see a sneak peek of the version of aggression Avida wants to show everyone.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been aggressive at this point. All the momentum is pulling in towards them. Now let's see if they'll be able to power through with another Booyah. Now, 4 headhunters slowly moving in. Shots onto Megs, and RG loses 1. Now, headhunters right now hunting the heads of the Rising Gods, who's slowly falling. Raptor and Deep, who what? Managed to get an escape. And only that's still a better chance for them. 2 players up, and there's more chances if in case they can pull away. But unfortunately, what will be taken down? Only 1 remains for RG.
Headhunters just playing the meta down to the T here, picking up enough coins, making sure the Bolt Maker gets pulled out time and time again. But the question is, was that premature? Did they pull out that Bolt Maker for just a couple of points instead of a more crucial point a little bit later on? They do have a ton of coins in their pockets, yet another lightning zone invested in. Problem here is, and I've already given this feedback, we need to figure out exactly who's calling these lightning zones out there, man.
The only way we can see is the ones not being damaged, or those who are aggressive to tank that lightning zone. But it seems like it is GB who's doing so. So you can see how spread they are going in against RGE, and slowly but surely GB is taking that momentum and also getting all of those elimination from this game. We are now down to 9 teams and very close to the 10-minute mark, and we're seeing how well GB's taking that Booyah that they got earlier.
GB Esports on a roll. And Revenant Xspark looking for that spark once again here. Lighting themselves up is a tad bit challenging here today. After the first 2 games, Revenant Xspark has not really managed to climb up the overall leaderboard. We started off the game with Revenant down in the 11th spot out of 12 teams with a total of 7 points in their hands. So it is great to see them pick up some solid ones here on this game number 3. Perhaps this will be the turnaround point for Revenant Xspark in this day 1 play.
Let's see though, Revenant Xspark would need a lot more right here, but against GB, who is our elimination leader at this point, and Headhunters, well, we've seen them play it out quite well, but that 1-2-1 split might not work against a full squad who is regrouped right now. So unless X Divine will be able to go for a huge plank and find an opening against Broken, that's the only way that Arsh as well as Kunal can break through. But if that doesn't happen, they need to pull away, because losing 2 players in there might be very crucial, because it's also midway or a little bit late. There goes Speedy being tagged by the Cryo Mine, and here comes Headhunters for the push.
Oh, this is a 2v4 push here from Arsh and Kunal, but thankfully they stay on that high ground on top of the roof here. GB very smartly sneaking on down, looking for that cover. Divine is going to be the one that clutch. Oh, Broken. You cannot fly out like that with the jump pad. This hits the glue walls. No, this is an unfortunate mess up here by squad GB, and Headhunters will not think twice to go in here to take advantage. Valiant dash through those glue walls, dropping them like flies. Headhunters just got gifted easy points by GB Esports. I cannot believe we just saw that happening.
Yeah, I mean, bump from once when we thought that that could have fixed her on a follow-up, it wasn't, because of the pressure that Headhunters are already putting in. But Speedy still, as speedy as he is, moving away and giving that opportunity would be Revenant Xspark for them to disrupt Headhunters. So 6 elimination already. KD God will be taken down. A lot of the freeze being thrown at them. That's slowing them down and also putting in a lot of damage, and that might be it for Revenant Xspark.
Sahil and Black looking for the save here. Headhunters down on the ground. 2 players out of the equation. Divine on the outside. He's the sniper of the squad though. GB looking for a little bit of revenge. Can they find it for themselves? Kazir takes Divine down, and the revenge is executed perfectly. But off-screen Reflex still fighting their own reflexes a tad bit too slow for FFMAI as they get eliminated early once again.
Oh, and speaking of GB, GB is back in play despite the losing Yakuza, and they're still putting so much a fight. And Revenant Xspark right now with 2 players in here on the 3rd floor that can be the next target of GB Esports. 16 elimination already, and I don't think there's any chance that they can bring back Yakuza. So they need to be cautious for the other teams who still are in play, but they can slowly move in against Wolfen. Well, Black, here comes Spitty, Drogon in hand, and Time Turner does save the couple.
16 strong eliminations. Kazisa leading the fray, and Speedy's speed through, dropping Black. What a row here from GB Esports. 18 eliminations, and they are catching up with the Thai squad Avida. Unbelievable repair in approach. Avida though, flying on in. Fangs looking for those open shots. GB can take advantage as well on the right-hand side of Avida.
Oh, let's see. I mean, RG has lost one, the final player, and let's see if Fangs can be the distraction to give an opening against Avida, as well as for GB to take advantage. But Ashik right now, a little bit too stealthy, not even spotted by Broken onto the other side, but 4 teams around him, making him the 5th one that can be taken down if in case he will be spotted. But still, all preparation being done by GB from the edges of the circle.
Look at GB Esports. Kazisa, Broken, Speedy, all splitting up. Kazisa getting a double monster truck layout here in terms of defense. Broken could have possibly called that one for him, and he pulled one of his own in narrow. Cryo Mine sent out, does not take the health off of any of the players. That one goes a tad bit wild. Nobody marked as well.
No mark as well, but it gives out information to RGE that Avida will be in there. So all they have to do is block out Fangs, and they have an open view on Avida. Otherwise, they will need to deal with Fangs from the compound, and that's where they will get into position for next phase of the circle. But I guess they plan to move away. Probably might be meeting up on GB unless they are focused more on Avida, and backstab might ensue.
RGE looking for some open shots. Avida just the point of focus for many of the squads here to remove from the equation. Kazisa, beautiful knock on to Pablo. The SPD doing its job, and now The Riptide Rhythm might just be needed to break down the defenses of Avida here. A Narrow could help in this situation to stop those extra glue walls being erected, but they still do have the boulder. And Avida looking for the rotation round, using the terrain to their advantage. And instead of going in for the attack, they still choose to hunker down on their defense. And this becomes a challenge as Fangs lose it down on the ground, gets the beautiful connection. Kazi from the back, getting those knocks. Avida about to be toast as all of these squads gang up on that.
The final boss is now being hunted by 3 teams, and let's see if Avida will be taken down. This gives more advantage for GB for another Booyah. There goes Fangs for a takedown, but GB still not out of the woods just yet. A full squad from Fangs as well as RGE, but slowly moving down, slowly dwindling down, and GB might be able to get it once again.
Yeah, M79 for the victory, baby, and GB. 21 eliminations already. Looking to overtake Avida on the #1 spot as well. Can they get the impossible done? Back-to-back Booyah here as well on the opening day. Just before I take a little bit of a break, Speedy's now moving straight in, but goes so. Oh, run straight in. Valiant dash into the monster truck. Hops on in, but no miraculous play for him as Broken connects with the final shot and a back-to-back Booyah for GB Esports.
Oh, definitely living up to the name right now of a good Booyah once again. GB Esports, they were passive from the beginning, don't understand how to get good position. Despite of even being pressure from Avida and not a full squad, they just slowly move in. You did mention about that spread that they put in, just to make sure that they will not be taken out in one shot and then regroup in that final moment for the amazing Booyah.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, for GB to overtake the squad of Avida, obviously they need massive number of eliminations on their side. And with Avida not really able to go loco in this matchup, I think that was a huge blessing for GB Esports. And Nepal is not letting us down. Nepal is showing us that they are here to stand as tall as ever. And it looks like they might just be able to shock the world if they can keep this up, baby. Booyah for GB Esports once again, and not just a simple one, but a back-to-back and massive on the elimination numbers here within game #3. But the bigger question still is, did GB Esports manage to overtake Avida XKDC on that #1 spot with this phenomenal performance? I can't wait to see the overall leaderboard.
Oh, definitely. Me too. I cannot wait for that, man. Let's see the game standings right now on how much point has been brought in by GB.
Wow.
35 points, slowly moving up and taking the record-breaking points for one match within for the number of points within a match, and 23 eliminations already. GB Esports, and this works like this is a little bit of a. I was grabbing that Booyah, and that's what I love about this team. They are not falling down because of one mistake, and they're fighting back afterwards.
You know, these Nepalese players cannot be messed with, man. They rise up even taller than the Himalayas, and this is a testament to how far they can go in the competition, and they are not messing around with small squads. You know, you've got big hard hitters out there. Avida XKDC, Kagendra, Headhunters, none of them could match up to what GB Esports pulled off this time round. And it looks like GB might have done just enough to overtake Avida XKDC. But if I'm not mistaken, we only get the overall leaderboard after matches 2, 4, and 6. So we will not be able to confirm that for the time being. But I am very, very sure later on when we head on into game #4, even in game itself, we should be able to see the update of the leaderboard. And GB Esports, something is telling me they've managed to get this done already. But I'm a little nervous. Can they keep it up? Because obviously Avida is not going to take this one lying down. They're going to wake up as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, similar to what they've done with Kagendra, it seems like GB has a target on their back right now. But let's not take it away from Fangs. right here. A little bit of highlight for the team on second. 21 points were in the first few games. They didn't put in that much. In Nextera, that's only 4 points and 1 point in Bermuda. Now they're grabbing 21 points. So a little bit of slowdown is what they really need to move and take that spot. But as we take in Booyah's spot right now, the full squad, once again, not so much of difference in terms of the active skill as well as their loadout right here. But I guess this is working for the team.
Absolutely. I mean, it hit them the Booyah earlier. It hit them a double Booyah, a back-to-back Booyah. Massive eliminations picked up. Great placement points. And if I'm not mistaken, Avida obviously a little bit more consistent than GB Esports. GB didn't really get too many points off of that first map, but they did manage to play this recovery, right? Because GB in game 1 only walked away with a total of 4 points. Definitely nowhere close to the performance that they've shown us on Bermuda as well as Alpine. Bermuda, they scored a total of 15 eliminations and they stepped it up massive, big time on Alpine, scoring a total of 23 eliminations. 24 placement points in total just between Bermuda and Alpine as they hit the back-to-back Booyah. Massive stuff for Nepal, massive stuff here for GB Esports.
GB Esports, especially with Cassie Sir right now, 10 eliminations, 17 on the knockdown. And last time we saw him, he went in the 1v1 in there. We know what he can do with VSK up close and personal, and he can do it as well from long range. Almost 50k on the damage. And not only is it MVP, but I'm loving that he's leading this squad to a different high in terms of elimination. He's one of the player as well that's starting off all those engagement, but we'll have to see though if it can continue, because you did point it out a good story wherein Avida might be targeting them, not only Kagendra. So if they can survive Avida early parts, then they might be able to do it once again.
No doubt at all. GB should be able to pull this one off. They've shown us that it is not just luck that is getting them into the final circle. It is pure skills that's carrying them in there. Back-to-back, they've managed to prove it. 88 eliminations this time around. Massive game total. 111 knocks seen out there on the battlefield. Damage not too much. Total 48,980. Longest elimination distance dropping down to 107 this time around. But the glue walls that are being annihilated is still at an all-time high.
Yeah, definitely 156 right now. We've seen the glue wall melter still being used, and not a lot of teams are using the glue UAV. It seems like it's only in the final moment wherein they're sure enough that it's really needed to fortify their glue walls, and hopefully they can do that in the early parts and they might survive a little bit longer. The only problem there is it would be very chaotic if it happens towards the end of the day, or end of the game rather, if in case they did manage to survive all those onslaught. But, well, yeah, it seems like as we progress match after match, the teams are being heated up compared to earlier, where it's only Kagendra and Avida who's also rocking the game.
Absolutely, man. Nepal has been known for many things. Nepal has been known for the Himalayas. Nepal has been known for their Sherpas, their amazing Sherpas that are able to take anybody. You know, in the past, you know, you have to be absolutely fit. You have to be absolutely capable of scaling mountains. But these days, because of the Nepali Sherpas, anybody can say that they have scaled mountains like the, you know, anywhere, basically, if you bring a Nepali Sherpa with you. But now, if you bring a couple of Nepalese players with you, it looks like you're going to be able to scale up all the way to the top of the Free Fire leaderboard as well. How often is this going to be? How consistent is this going to be? I'm very excited to continue seeing here in FFMAX Asia Invitational. This is exactly what we've been waiting for a long time, Neptune. Can't be happier to get it right here, right now.
Exactly, and Nepal is also showing why I am proud of my name, Nep, right here. It's a little representation. I'm not Nepalese, but I do have that representation. But once again, that is...
People have said I look Nepalese, all right? And I'm very proud to look Nepalese, all right? But I don't know if I can play as good as them. I don't know if I can scale up mountains as good as them. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. And this is the end for the Mustachio as well as Neptune on the caster's desk. Later on, we will have our buddies, Crips as well as Azora on the caster's desk for you guys, entertaining you guys all the way up until the very end of the broadcast. We're going to be signing off for now. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Same time, same place. Tomorrow, the action will continue. But of course, the rest of the 3 matches will be signing off for that for now. Take care.
For the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. The biggest Free Fire event in Free Fire Esports of the year. The knockout stage began, and 6 days decided everything. The best teams crushed doubts.
First blood.
While 6 teams were crushed by pressure and eliminated early instead.
Triple kill.
Fans from every corner of Indonesia traveled to witness an epic finale to the team's journey in Jakarta's Indonesia Arena, the nation's largest esports venue. 100,000s of fans, lights, music, fire, energy, all building up toward the biggest show Free Fire has ever put on. What an epic end to the FFWS Global Finals 2025. Congratulations to our world champions, Booyah United Esports. A Guinness World Record-breaking esports event attended by over 600,000 participants.
Welcome to Booyah
All Access.
This is the Pros Masterclass. Nero, a deep dive into his strengths, abilities, and why he's shaping the way pros play right now. Next, let's break down some high-level pro plays from FFWS 2025. RQ Kazoo took the launch pad and a free target for Esports as they soared through the sky. RQ Abe got knocked the moment he landed. From far, Nero's skill to stop RQ Kazu from instant blue walling and get a resurrection on RRQ Abe. Nero's skill also disables Joseph ability, allowing detection skills like Moko's to become more effective. RQ Kazoo had to spend more time breaking Nero's plushie before they could safely resurrect. The damage from Nero's plushie continues to tick down their HP. Esports uses this window to close in on RRQ Kazu. With RQ Kazu's HP not full, Esports comes in for the cleanup. Meta shifts, tactical zoning, and anti-glue control, Nero brings a whole new layer of strategy to every fight. At this moment, Esports uses Nero's skill first to break through the enemy's defense, powered by Joseph, then activates A124 skill to disable the opponent's active abilities. However, Joseph can counter a 124's effect and protect himself from it. That's a wrap on our Nero breakdown. The plushie, the pressure, and the plays that define this meta. Is Nero your must pick, or just overhyped?
12 teams reset back to 0 points in the champion rush. The grand finals bring pressure like nothing else, with unpredictable results, split-second decisions, pressure, and stage fright. This is where confidence decides everything.
ทุกชั่วโมงทุกอย่างที่เราซ้อมกันมาถึงวันนี้ทุกอย่างที่เราเสียสละการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เราปรับและคือเรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้เนาะ
Só ganha essa quem dá o Booyah, mano. Então não vamos deixar ninguém ganhar e ninguém tirar esse Booyah de nós.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Fire MAX Asia Invitational. My name is Cribs. Joining me is going to be Azura, and we're going to be taking you through the last few games of the day. This is just day one, Azura, and so far we've already seen so much good action. It's hard to imagine what the tournament will shape up to in the upcoming few days.
And not only that, just imagine the upcoming games and all of a sudden GB is pressurizing every single one of them to go ahead and showcase their hands as they were about to use it as a trump card, and now all of a sudden they have to showcase every single one of them just to show how good they can play in this entire tournament. And GB, what a way to go. 2 games back to back. Getting that Booyah is just exceptional.
Exactly. In the previous game, at least, you could at least tell that GB is destined to win this one. They had the right position, they had the right numbers, they have all the ingredients necessary to cook up a delicious Booyah. But in the second game, you know, the game where they managed to win their first Booyah, they did not even have all the ingredients necessary. They were low on numbers. Many other teams had the advantage over them. I really thought that Avida could probably pull off a 2 versus the world kind of clutch, but GB Esports still managed to win everything, even though Headhunters had positional advantage over them. And in those kind of situations, you really just scratch your head and wonder, wow, if these guys are able to pull off clutches in this kind of a scenario, I wonder what will happen when all the stars are lining up for them.
And you know what the worst part is, Cribs? Having 5 teams from one nation, still they are not playing as united as they seem. They're taking those fights, but then just losing randomly out of nowhere. There's an entire team pushing in, and they're just squeezing them into a diamond. So I hope they shine much brighter now, because these 3 maps, they're going to be testing them through and throughout. Solara coming in next. We all know the kind of ground Solara has. It's always going to be even more chaotic. Whenever you have those slippery slopes, you're just trying to rotate in, and you're calling in those rotations from the IGL perspective, all the entire team. All of a sudden, there is going to be a third party as the entire railway keeps enlightening, or it just keeps glowing up. So that's the kind of information that the opponents get, and you just need to be on point and at par with the glue walls as well in that.
Exactly. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the slide tracks of Solara, because so far, up until now, we've seen a lot of teams set up camp in and around the areas of vending machines, so that in case anyone's trying to go for a revive, there's an additional layer of place they need to go through. So that will net the team some extra points. They can catch off some desperate stragglers who are trying to revive their squad. But you don't know exactly which vending machine they'll be going towards. In Solara, on the other hand, that becomes way more predictable. It becomes much easier to camp the hotspots and the choke points. So it really has to come down to which one of these teams will end up losing their players in the early phases of the game, and that will be determined by their drop spots.
Exactly. So let's see how well they can go ahead and call in some kind of a very nice situation right off the beginning itself. The hub seems pretty much populated by 3 teams following Nightmare. We have Meta Ninza as well, and Kagendra. Kagendra, I would say that their start was really good, but now moving in towards the mid games, they're just slowly stooping down. So I hope that they can pull up their socks and play this one through and throughout. Archway, just for one player, one entire team, that is going to be Reflex. Well, it seems like a very odd deal, but I know for a fact that multiple teams are going to go ahead and call in some kind of a dibs on that Archway as well. Windmill seems completely vacant. So Revenant Xspark, this is your time to get some top tier loot and then go in for the fight.
Are you really expecting me to believe that none of these teams want to go towards Riders Club, Cascadale, Funfair? That is just ridiculous. I refuse to believe that these are their true drop locations.
Likewise.
I mean, Funfair is such an important choke point. There's 2 major ziplines that meet in that location, and those are the ziplines that connect the 2 islands from each other. So whoever controls Funfair will control the entire rotation pathway for a lot of these teams in the northern corridor. I refuse to believe that's going to be vacant. Even if nobody drops over there, there's 100% certainty that somebody will at least move to that spot at some point in the studio. Later on,
100%.
speaking of studio and Bloomtown, them being vacant, somewhat believable, right? It's not exactly the prime loot locations. They're very safe, but you're not gonna intercept a lot of teams. So anyone who wants to play safely can still drop towards that southwestern sector of the map. But yeah, we've seen a lot of these teams say that, oh, we're gonna be dropping at X, Y, and Z, and then they go towards a completely different spot.
Completely different.
They have been lying to us so far, but I'm not surprised by that. Nobody would reveal their cards at the start of the game itself.
But now when GB is already forcing them grips, it just feels like they are going to choose some kind of a tactics of either going ahead explosive right off the bat, getting those elimination points, racking it up, getting the confidence, and slowly but surely reaching towards at least top 2. By the entire concept of getting eliminations, that itself is going to give them some kind of a really good lead. And if you're waiting for the Booyah, then 12 points, yes, you can secure that, but you need some really nice eliminations to go ahead and make it to an even Steven 35, which we've already seen one team doing it.
Yeah, I mean, 35 points in a single game is impressive, but I don't know, for some reason I'm feeling that 35 points will end up becoming the bare minimum at some point. Later on in the tournament, I might even see some teams breach the 40-point marker if at all they decide to go full elimination hungry. Yes, 35 points is impressive, but we've seen teams do better. Anyway,
Yeah.
I really hope that teams can reach that peak point very soon, because if you start the day with a bang, you will be so relaxed in the next few days. Saturday and Sunday is gonna be very chill for you guys. And especially since all of these teams will be playing on only 2 days each, you don't have much left after this point. There's half of the day one left. So teams from Group B and C, they both need to pull up their socks and step up now. So far, the Southeast Asian teams have been doing well. We were led to believe that Avida is one of the best teams from Thailand, and we were told that Team Falcons is supposed to be better than them. But given the way that Avida is playing right now, I'm starting to fear that Thailand will just take over the lobby entirely, especially in week 2 when you'll see Falcons also come in. The same goes for Indonesian teams, right? So far, we only have seen one Indonesian team, and they're doing so well without even a single Booyah. So, yeah, that is definitely a weapon that you need to fear.
For sure, it's a weapon of mass destruction, and you talk even about one team from Nepal, which is going to be GB. Well, the way they've already figured out the entire lobby, I know it took them some time, but from the second game onwards, they have just made sure to get those Booyahs left, back, and center. So that's really amazing. And now comes the point where we are going to predict our own teams, our top 3. You guys can predict in the chat as well, and mine just goes right here.
Okay, so Avida is a very obvious choice. One might even say that this is a safe pick, but I picked them particularly for Solara because according to the stats of their previous tournament, this map is their strongest. And they've already been performing really well in the maps which aren't supposed to be their strongest. So I think Solara is just going to explode for them. Then I've picked up Revenant Xspark and iQOO Reckoning. But truth be told, I did this at the start of the day. I did not think that Revenant Xspark and iQOO Reckoning would be struggling so much before the game started. Like, I had full faith in them, but they haven't been having a good time so far. So I pray that this is the map where they make a comeback.
Kagendra, the start was really good, and like you rightly mentioned, we chose all of his names at the starting of the entire tournament itself. So Kagendra, yes, it was a really good start, but later on they stooped completely down the entire performance, and now's the time for them to buckle up, pull up a sock, break a leg, do whatever you want to do, but get those darn elimination points alongside those position advantages as well. Like we already usually mentioned, that you need to have the perfect combination, the harmony of yin and yang. Yin being your position advantage and yang being your eliminations. Both of them can go ahead and give you a really nice output, and that's where I would see Kagendra going ahead and playing so well. iQOO Reckoning, yes, we have chosen that name just because of this one reason, that iQOO Reckoning in unorthodox maps, they play really well, and this is the time for them to showcase as well what they are made of.
Yeah, iQOO Reckoning is that kind of team which does really well when they are not in the best possible position, because then they just activate this rage switch and they just go on eliminating everybody that stands in their way. They're never going to win the Booyah in that manner, but they will farm up enough elimination points so that they can just get up in the top rung and be just enough to get to the next stage, and that's all that they have to do. The teams in the play-in so far have to get into the top 10. That's their goal for now, qualify for the next week. Will they be able to do it? We'll see soon, because the fourth game of the day is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Solara.
Solara, a map which is gonna make teams go ahead and realize that whatever mistakes they've been making so far, it's all going to be backed right in here. You need to give in your 100% in order to get those elimination points. And I can see right off the bat, Delta Isle, this is one of the places where I can see Avida head towards. But wait a second, there is a detour from their end as well. And that one spot, which is going to cause a lot of chaos, Meta Ninza against Kagendra. This is the fight that we all would love to see.
Meta Ninza is probably one of the only teams from India that isn't struggling right now, and they need to keep their flag flying up high. Kagendra, on the other hand, have been touted as the tournament winners, one of the potentially strongest teams, but so far, Fire is handling everything by himself, getting 2 eliminations to his name. Ginotra, he thought he was sneaky, but he's been discovered. He's trying to break their ankles, drops down, tries to get the elevation again.
Oh boy. This is just the start. Ginotra, well, he's still on the ground. He's being recalled. Yes, the entire team will group up. They're not at the verge of elimination just yet. But Kagendra, what a good initiation. And there you go, Meta Ninja. They're back with all the 4 players. Vincent on the other end. We need to see him shine. This man has been doing a really good job being the sniper. And I know for a fact that the revenge storyline has just begun. And Revenant Xspark, they're on the other end, just trying to call in shots against Team Reflex. So let's see what happens there.
Revenant Xspark and Reflex, both of them have been low-key struggling so far. So this is going to be a very important fight for them. Poor Takla gets caught alone, feeds another point to Revenant Xspark, and right now every single point to them matters quite a lot. The lightning zone doesn't seem to bother them all that much. That's also because nobody else is near them. But what did I say, Azura? Some of these teams are lying about their drop spots. Here they are in Bloomtown when we were promised that nobody would be present over here. Revenant Xspark though, now need to worry about someone else. Nobody else on their radar for now, but Avida have Reckoning in front of them. Vota already down, Pablo will finish him off. And sure, they've lost Avan, but there's a vending machine right around the corner. They can obviously get the res on him, so no need to worry just yet. Meta Ninza, on the other hand, they were struggling quite a lot, but one more knock secured by them, and with enough coins, they managed to revive all their fallen members, and they're down on the ground. So Meta Ninza also have stabilized for the time being. Ooh, and they spotted Amin. They might even be able to corner him given the positions of Vincent and RNS.
Not yet. There's Farhan. He can save the day. Vincent, now he gets to know that the opponent is right in front of him. And I mean, he's safe for now. Regrouping and Nightmare so far. Whenever it comes to this map, how could I forget them? They just turn on that entire incognito mode and all of a sudden they just come out of it and keep hitting those shots. And Shanky, I don't think so. That's a really good spot for you, my brother. You need to run away from there. Call in dibs and just go inside the house, but he's still lurking out there, just at least to get a frag or two. And Farhan, but now he's knocked on the ground. The team needs to regroup, and Farhan is going to be confirmed for now. The entire push comes through. Meta Ninja, they want this point. They desperately need it, and they constantly keep barraging those shots onto this team called Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare Esports caught in their own worst nightmares right now. They were so far away from each other, they just simply couldn't help anyone. Gopu was watching all of this unfold in front of his eyes, but was unable, powerless to help out his teammates. Now locked in a 1v1 against Ginotra, he's been offered a fair duel. Can he win this one? Ginotra smartly repositions in an angle where his teammates will be able to provide him some backup. Shanky has sightlines onto Ginotra, and Gopu, he's just struggling to finish off that fight before backup arrives, but the cavalry is here, and Gopu faces all 4 of them at the same time. So while Nightmare Esports keep losing their members, at least Hitman has been able to go towards one of these vending machines and revive all of his players, so that's nice.
Yep. Well, Kagendra, they're on to their own shenanigans, at least getting a frag or two. 5 total eliminations, they look very strong. Make that a 6. And the Rushers, they're just constantly hammering the opponents. It doesn't matter where they are, it doesn't matter which side they're on. They're gonna search, hunt, and then get those elimination points. Sahil, I see him. He's still lurking in the shadows, but soon he's going to be found as well. There you go. Danakul is being utilized, but there's an entire fight going on, which is on a standstill for now, as we can see in TV Tower. 3 teams are gonna go toe-to-toe against each other. 3-way Mexican standoff, and I just love what's happening here.
TV Tower has 3 buildings, and one of these buildings has been occupied by 2 teams. Headhunters occupy the first floor, RG right under them. Redcliffe want to keep their positions a little secret for now because they're just on the outskirts of TV Tower. But they all seem to be disengaging, which is the wiser choice. It's gonna turn into a battle of patience. Any team that peeks out first and rushes the other one will invite the third party. And Headhunters certainly don't want to be third party right now. So they're gonna make the wise call and get out of there. On the other hand, another 3-way battle starts to ensue. It's Avida taking on Fangs, and Nightmare Esports is also just about to enter the fray. But Nyamza has been able to shoot down Gopu OP, so before Nightmare Esports can even get in, these guys are being taken down. Long Kong might have been knocked, but he managed to use the grenade launcher just in the nick of time before he bit the dust. And Anusit is right around the corner to give him some backup. They saw that res happening and they tried to get greedy about it, but the backup has arrived from Avida. And these guys are covering each other really well. So far, the only team that's been caught in the open have been RC, because Nightmare and Avida seem to be holding their ground really well.
The only team that I can see is Nightmare giving some really nice competition against Avida XKDC. And this is the way RC right now looking at their ends. They themselves want those points. Spidey right in front. This can be that one opportunity for them to gain some elimination points. But Spidey, he's just staying grounded, but not for any more time. Knocked on knees, still crying for help, and the team won't be able to provide that. This Bangladeshi team called RC, they are just constantly going ham, at least getting those elimination points, and slowly but surely racking it up to reach on top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, they want to follow the footsteps of GB Esports, and sure, they might not be able to get Booyahs, but if they get enough elimination points, they should be able to at least get out of the bottom half of this lobby. Farhan, now the elimination leader with 4 to his name, looks to continue his lead. But on the other hand, near Eco Drain, one of the southernmost parts, Kagendra has gotten into another skirmish. This time, they are up against Reflex Esports. Judging by the point difference between these 2 teams, this should be easy pickings for Kagendra unless Reckoning Esports decides to join the fray.
That's right. Kagendra taking in a very stable opportunity right here, taking shots at the opponents, and close range battle just unleashes. Fire on the other end could not hold strong, and Dead on, he's just waiting for the golden opportunity to at least get a knock or 2, but it's not going to happen so soon. The cavalry, Jojo, he's taking some pot shots. He's not so far succeeding in them. And look at the way iQOO Reckoning is just buckling up. They're just sticking close in order to go ahead for those revives as well. On the other end, Dead, he's trying to run away, retreat, hit that bottle, and from there on, not at all calling for any fight. But in the middle, Bota, he catches him off guard. And this is where iQOO Reckoning, they wanted to get those elimination points, and they're slowly racking it up. Each and every one of them providing 1 point each. That's really good to see. So the entire team, they are buckling up to be a really good menace to the society. But Kagendra, they are running away. They still have that opportunity to stay alive, and hence they can call in a couple of players as well, which is Dead and Fire.
Yeah, and once they have those 2 players online, Kagendra will be back at full strength. They've got easy access to the vending machine over here as well, and it's right next to the play zone. They've got plenty of time until the next zone starts shrinking as well, and they can tank this damage, so they have nothing to worry about. They lack coins, so they've only managed to res Dead so far. They haven't been able to get Fire back online, but with 11 eliminations to their name already, I think they're going to be pretty happy with the progress that they've made. RG, on the other hand, now have Headhunters. They've used up almost all of their Skylar abilities to break down the glue walls that Headhunters have. But Headhunters do not get out of that compound at all. RG need to flush them out.
Why would they? They're just relaxing in that corner. They've been doing the heavy lifting. They know that there's another team, I would say a weakling, right in front of them. So they're just going to wait it out. One mistake made, and that's where they're going to bounce right at them. RG, so far, we haven't seen that much of action from their end, and they're sitting at the 9th place. So might as well buckle up, might as well showcase why you're very much feared in the Nepalese section. So that's where I would say the shots are going to be hitting right on point. Avida, XKDC, they are wanting to get more blood on their hands drawn without a single sight of redemption. This team is just flourishing so hard. And wait, there's still a couple of players remaining. RC, it pretty much is known to every single one of them out there that they are waiting for the position advantage. Moreover, trying to head towards the vending machine to call in their fallen comrades.
So far, the battle for real estate is in full swing. Meta Ninza, GB, Headhunters, and Nightmare Esports are already somewhat in the circle, and all the other teams are trying to fly in there. You can see that Fangs were just trying to use the launchers and get inside, but they might be intercepted, and just as I said, they lost Spidey. Deepu Bot has been able to get that shot. Confirmation still yet to come through, but GB Esports are reinforcing this compound and blocking out every possible window and door with reinforced glue walls because of their UAV light. That's actually pretty nice. They should be able to cocoon themselves in here and get themselves to safety. Reckoning Esports yet to find a place that they can call home. So far, their reinforced glue walls might just be able to keep them alive over here, but very soon they'll be attracting the attention of almost every other team. GB Esports will have easy angles on them, and Kagendra will also need to eliminate this team if they want to maintain a safe spot. Meta Ninza, on the other hand, they have the high ground advantage, and they are just firing at everyone that dares to step out in the open. Spidey, he learns that lesson the hard way. I don't think they can res him.
Being fired up, and Kinotra, he has finally managed to get that 1 point as well. They're just constantly racking it up. But I see this one team, GB, all of a sudden, from the explosive stance of being hella aggressive, now they're playing it way too passive. I don't know whether this is a really good approach from their end or it might bite them. But let's see what happens in the later round of it. And I see there's a rush coming in. Avida, XKDC, they are the ones to chase now. RG, all of a sudden, they are going behind as Ayan, Goxo, Fang, the entire team, this is coming forward to take this one team, obliterate them, and get those points. But wait a second, what's happening here is beyond understanding. Goxo, he's for now boxed in one corner. Ayan, he himself is waiting for the golden opportunity. What is done is already done. And from here on, for them to stay safe, it's just to stay silent.
Yeah, but all three of these teams are in trouble. Neither RG nor Avida nor Fangs are in the zone. Avida at least make the big jump towards Nightmare's compound. And Nightmare don't have the numbers to repel them away. That compound is in the zone, so that should at least get them to safety. Can Nightmare stay hidden? That will be a question for later as Avida now look to knock on the doors. But will anyone answer?
I believe it's going to be a tough call. One knock has already come through, but it's not going to be a long time as they're going to bring back the fallen comrade. The revival will be given as they're so close to each other. And now comes the entire action. Divine, as I can see, he's already crossing those dots and he's shooting recklessly. Gets at least a player or two. And this is big for him. All of a sudden, the shift of paradigm and Kagendra, they have been eliminated. This is the 11th. Wait a second. So many teams still racking up. They are in this map. And look at the circle. It's hella close. So this invites so many teams to call in for so much chaos. Another team fights to death, and this time it's going to be Revenant Xspark.
And unless Headhunters don't want to end up like Revenant Xspark, they need to get out of here because there's too many teams in their way. They try to scurry into the zone as quickly as their nimble little feet can carry them, and they seem to have found a safe little spot, a tiny corner that they can call home for now. But Headhunters will be prowled by everyone else. They find the stragglers, they eliminate Fangs. and they make sure that their backlines are clear before they secure this spot. Now in front of them, there's going to be Reckoning Esports and GB both fighting each other. But Reckoning don't have all that much cover. Only the monster truck is keeping them safe from the other end of the circle. But take a look at the next zone shift. It's going to force every single team out of their hiding holes and into the open. The first mover advantage might not exactly be an advantage here because you can get shot as soon as you step out of cover.
Oh, that's one thing that you should be feared. And at least know where the opponents are. The Dinoculus can be utilized at this point of time itself. You get like 3 times in the entire game. And now's the chance to understand where the teams are heading towards. Wait a second, why would you block that doorway? And because of that, Kunal, he has been already taken down. Those shots are looking absolutely astounding. Look at the way Avida XKDC is just taking charge of this entire situation. They have the better of this entire ground, and this is constantly obliterating every single one of them, whoever they see. Damage King, yes, we can see Raftar just going ahead and catching up to the pace. And there you go, Arsh, just constantly hammering the opponents. One by one, every single team is fighting down to the last bullet. But there's one team who's standing tall. That is going to be Meta Ninjas with their meta just constantly being there, getting those frag points, getting those eliminations, and they are looking 11 frags strong.
Yeah, they had the best zone in the game at a point. But now, they will be forced to leave this compound very soon. Before they exit this hard cover area, they are trying to farm up as many elimination points as possible. And they are targeting everybody. Whether it's Headhunters, whether it's RG, whether it's GB. They are focusing on every single one. The only team that really poses a threat to Meta Ninja right now is going to be Avida Esports, because Avida have already used the mini launchpad to get inside the zone. And they are now taking control of this side of the road. Meta Ninja on one side, GB on the other. They both try to race into the zone, but Avida have to hold all of them back. It's a 3-way battle, and all 4 of these players on every single team is alive.
That's right, but Vincent in the middle of rotation, he's been taken care of. But wait a second, there's some really good pot shots being taken by Avida XKDC itself, and this itself is going to make GB fear them the most. They're at the disadvantage. They're completely at the slope, and that's where Avida is just going to keep hammering them unless they call in that give up button. But wait a second, Tawan, he's already spotted with those jumps of his. Where the rotation has been called in, Meta Ninja, they won't be able to understand what's happening. But wait a second, look at the amount of blue walls that has already been utilized. This is just going to euthanize the entire team. Wait. Now comes the entire charge, and Avida, they want to take a battle against GB. Okay, this is big.
Calculated risk. Calculated risk. They know that they can't rush the position of Meta Ninja, so they decide to break down the weaker team. GB under full assault right now. Kazi Sir managing to hold his own, and he gets a double knock. But Long Kong and Pablo strike in return, and now Meta Ninja pour into this. They are adding more fuel to the fire. They want to set this lobby ablaze, and Shanky from above is trying to hammer everybody down in this massive cocoon of glue walls. Pablo and Anusa try to get the reses on everyone, and the triple Tiva setup gets every single player of Avida back online. It's now a 3v4. Kinotro and RNS drop down. Pablo already struggling so much. Tawan right next to him trying to get the shotguns to connect, but Anusit is already down. RNS has to turn around. Ginotra with one more shot. Shanky with a double. They are on fire. And Meta Ninja, they establish the meta as their own, and they claim the Booyah for themselves.
Finally, it took them at least 3 maps to understand what needs to be done, how to hit the opponents where it hurts the most. And this is the way they respond with style. With just 3 people surviving. Vincent was long gone. Ginotra, RNS, Shanky, these 3 players just made it. They got that Booyah, and from here on, I believe that they're going to be unstoppable. Stopping a force like Avida XKDC, that is huge.
Very well timed attack by Meta Ninja over here. Avida decided to take a calculated risk. They had 2 options. You either rush down GB or you rush down Meta Ninja. They thought that they had the numbers advantage over GB, so they pounce on that fight and they try to take down GB as quickly as possible. And credit where it's due, Avida did a wonderful job. They have a lot of eliminations to their name, but unfortunately they did not account that Meta Ninja would leave their advantageous position to pounce upon them and secure this Booyah for themselves. Avida really made this one count. Their revives were so fast. There was a point when they managed to get all 4 of their players back upon their feet, and that would have been ridiculous because then Avida have the advantage. Meta Ninza have already lost one. It's a 3v4, and then Meta Ninza pull off the impossible.
Exactly. And I would say, even though they thought that Meta Ninja do not pose any threat to them, the way they just came out of that entire shadow situation, my oh my, what a treat to the eye. And I believe from now on, Avida XKDC, they're gonna take charge at the opponents who are already like a one man weak, and then later on go towards the ones who are already 4-man strong. So that's a lesson learned the hard way. But overall, this was a lovely, lovely game. 31 total points. And yeah, this is the start, Meta Ninja, and that's how they can keep rising above. Avida XKDC, they have received 26 points from all of those situations out there. 17 eliminations. Oh boy, this team does not shy away from taking a fight.
Oh, definitely not. Avida, I must say that even though they've secured the second position right now, they are the ones who got more eliminations which were difficult to acquire. I mean, take a look at Meta Ninja's game plan, right? They established their presence in the 5th circle itself. They held that compound, and because they are like one of the only teams who don't need to abandon that compound and move anywhere else, they are free to shoot at anyone and everyone. It's like bringing a fat kid to the buffet. They can take their pick, they can shoot whoever they want. So they've got the privilege of doing so. But Avida did not have that privilege. They had to jump ahead of every other team, use the middle launchpad to get to an advantageous position through the Tetris territory, and then they had to get all those eliminations. So even though Avida come in second, they still lead the overall standings by a mile, 91 points to their name. And I'm pretty sure that in the next few games, they will already breach the 100-point barrier. GB Esports, while this game isn't exactly in their favor, they still command the second spot, and there is a massive gap between them and the third place team, Meta Ninja.
Oh yeah. And you know, I'm very surprised that Meta Ninja, they've taken a leap of faith. They were sitting at like what, the 6th spot, and all of a sudden getting that Booyah has given them a really good lead. I would say keep up with the pace, but there's Kagendra right behind them. No Booyahs, but still look at the way they are just 1 point shy from Meta Ninja. So that's one of the teams that Meta Ninja needs to fear. Moreover, GB Esports, as you can see, they're already sitting at the sweet spot. Nobody to give them the kind of challenge. The only team that they can go ahead and take down is Avida XKDC, and that's going to be their goal in the next following map. Purgatory is going to be super important. Most of the teams love to go ahead and enjoy that map. So that's going to be another talk of the town. And now talking about the entire team, you can look at the statistics, the way they have performed, having every single box checked, having the Grenadier, having even the support character alongside the one who can snipe out, which is Vincent, and Shanky being the rusher. These 4 players have just showcased how well they can team up together and give the team the kind of result that they need.
There hasn't been much changes in their team composition since FFMAI. Shanky was acting as a rusher even when he was a part of Total Gaming Esports, and he's still continuing the same role over here. Same goes for RNS. He's playing the lovely support character. He's got DY equip, but he can also rush, so he can be there at every single spot at once, being able to provide cover to his teammates. Vincent, still the sharpshooter that he was in FFMAI. So even though this team has gone through a bunch of roster changes, the core competence of this team, the comfort role of this team still is the same. They are still playing the roles that they were comfortable at, and that is exactly why these guys can shine when everybody else is struggling to stay afloat.
I would say they're definitely fueling your fire. I love the way the initiations are coming in. And moreover, if you talk about the way the entire game has been summarized, let's just go ahead and look at the statistics as well. Total damage for sure has increased. Leaps and bounds, 66,119. God damn, that I believe is a record. And you can look at the eliminations as well. The amount of knocks coming through is just pouring down. And the teams are instantly getting that fellow member revived as well. So that's another relief. But that relief soon turned into a nightmare when we saw the final battle.
I'm still baffled by the longest elimination distance being 239 meters. That is the highest so far, at least for today. And this is just day one, Ozora. I can't even imagine what kind of shots that we will get to see as the tournament progresses. 102 total eliminations with 134 knocks. That shows you exactly how deadly this particular game was, especially in Solara, because a lot of these teams tend to get third-partied very early on. The only way these guys can get to 102 total eliminations is because one or the other person from that team manages to go ahead and res their players, and then now there's more bodies that are available to be shot at. That's exactly why there's so many eliminations in this game, and all the teams who were able to hunt down their fellow stragglers who were trying to revive their teammates would have farmed all of these elimination points. So it's gonna be a mutually beneficial game for almost every single aggressive team.
And that's how you can go ahead and keep creating that difference, right, Krebs? I love the way all of these teams have already showcased that they are to be feared. Specifically, if I talk about GB, Avida, XKDC, they have been doing such marvelous job. But why are only these two names stuck up to our minds? What about the others? What about Fangs? What about Nightmare Esports, Rising Gods? All of these teams, they're still like on the very much towards the bottom of the end. So might as well catch up to the rope and slowly climb on top, as we have just 2 more games left. And from here on, tomorrow will be even another day where it's going to be a change of pace. It's going to be a change of entire group altogether. And you have to again start reading them, reeling them in the starting few maps. So why take the entire hassle when you already know what lobby you're going up against? So now's the time to hit where it hurts the most, as Purgatory will be the next following map.
Yep, and Purgatory will not be as forgiving. At least in the map of Solara, you have the opportunity to make up for your losses by getting a bunch of eliminations. There's plenty of third-party opportunities, and even if you lose a couple of your players in that rush, there's many vending machines which are very easily accessible thanks to the slide track, so you have that second chance. Purgatory is not gonna be as forgiving. The amount of open space in that area will mean that the teams will have to use their UAV lights very carefully. You can't just waste it at the start and then not have your glue walls reinforced when you need them the most. So resource management will become a lot more important. Making sure that you have vending machine access is also going to be important, because it's difficult to get from one machine to the other in a map like this.
Yeah, and not only that, most of the places I would say, like, here's the analysis, right? Most of the teams are just trying to understand what kind of drop spots teams are going to head towards. We have Moat House, that's one of the islands where you can at least head towards and get your following weaponry. We have even Crossroads, we have Marble Works, we have Query, Golf Course. All of these places, it just rings a lot of warning signs, scripts. And with those warning signs, I don't know whether it's going to be a green flag or a red flag for you to enter towards those no-man zones and then call in your shots. And just imagine, the opponents are also having a similar kind of mindset that they want to head towards that specific spot and then call in some shenanigans. So all of a sudden, you're caught off guard, you don't know what to do, and the entire place is a mess. Finally, we are here towards the preferred drop spots, where we can see Moat House is heavily contested. Alright, Red Cliff alongside GB, both of them heading towards a similar spot. I don't buy it that much, but I would definitely understand. It's like a blueprint for all of us to know where teams can potentially head towards to take a fight.
And I am not surprised by the fact that there's 3 teams in Brasilia. I know that all of these teams know how to drop into Brasilia and walk out with all their members alive. We've seen iQOO Reckoning do that a lot. They were heavily contesting Brasilia, especially against another team called 1+ God's Reign during the FFMAI, and they would either avoid fights or get away with 2-3 eliminations while keeping their players alive, and that's a very important skill to have in a map like Purgatory. You need those numbers in the end zones. But Avida have a lot of room for themselves. They're going to be dropping near Mount Villa, but they've got Golf Course, Quarry, Marbleworks, all of it available for themselves. At least on paper. At least so far in the preferred drop spot. Now, if some team decides to not stick to their preferred drop spots and take that Western Island and give Avida a run for their money, that would be a brave choice, because you're going to be taking on the top dogs of the lobby head on.
Yeah. And here's another thing, right? I mean, just imagine Brasilia being one of the places where most of the teams are going to enter towards. And I would say that, yes, that's the kind of instincts every team has at this point of time. They've played this game for so long that they know how the entire zone keeps shifting. So reaching towards a dead center and then just holding that control till the end seems like a very good deal, but just against 3 teams or all of the lobby heading all the way towards the smack center to gain that control is that bit difficult. So that's what I would say. Most of the teams are trying to slowly but surely make their way forward and then take those fights. And in the middle of rotations, if teams think about calling in quits and running away from that very spot, that is going to be very problematic. So I'm very excited to see how well Purgatory is going to give us the results, whether it's going to be result oriented or the elimination oriented part of it. It's all going to be a big question mark to which we will get the answers real soon. But those teams who are yet to be seen, which is going to be iQOO Reckoning, Revenant, Xspark, we have even Fangs to go ahead and showcase how well they can perform Crips. All of these questions, my oh my, will they be answered? Will it be a new team altogether to go ahead and claim that Booyah? Who knows?
Yeah, Purgatory has always been the most difficult map to protect, honestly, because not only do you have to be wary of the early game clashes, you also need to make sure that if at all you manage to survive those early game clashes, you don't get picked off by many of those vultures who are looking to prey upon these weakened targets. And there's very few vending machines in this entire map, right? And all of them are so far apart from each other. You either need to get there in a vehicle or make sure that nobody else is looking at you, both of which are very difficult. Like, it's so easy to attract attention towards yourselves in Purgatory, and all of these teams will always be reluctant to push a compound unless they have like 2 or 3 knocks. They are going to be super reluctant to do so. So everyone who's been running the triple Thiva composition, these guys will have quite a good time. Because even if they lose a couple of their players, they can just get them back up and they will be ready to fight before the full send from your opponent team is ready. Now, one thing that all of them will have to be taking into account is when to use their Nero abilities and their bolt makers, because that is the easiest way to flush your opponents out of cover. And the only thing you need to make sure that you have in store with you is your UAV light, because glue walls, yeah, sure, they're the only way you can cover yourselves in an open map like this, but if your UAV light is broken, all those glue walls can be broken. So that's exactly why it's very difficult to predict the winners in this map, because it's not just about the firepower but also about resource management.
Yeah, and talking about that, we have Meta Ninja both in our predictions. And I hope you guys have also predicted yours in the chat section. I have Fangs, of course. Fangs, they're yet to showcase. Here's the thing. Just letting you guys know yet again, this was at the start of the entire tournament. Even it began. And Fangs, well, who knew? They're going to be one of the teams who will slowly but surely showcase how well they can perform. Purgatory is one of the places where people get purged to the point where they can never get back up. But here's the thing, right? When Fire MAX gives you the opportunity in your hand that you can go ahead and keep reviving your fallen comrades, that's one of the places where you can go ahead and keep capitalizing. But Crips, I would love to hear from your end the kind of plays that you can see in this following game.
I honestly feel like the kind of plays we will see in Purgatory will be very different from the ones we saw in Solara. Like, you saw how Meta Ninja managed to capture that one compound and then use it to farm eliminations left, right and center. That's only possible because all these other teams have tiny spaces of cover to work with, and they can either try to focus on keeping themselves alive, or all of them combine their attention, focus on Meta Ninja and take down their compound. That is going to happen in Purgatory because there's not many places to keep yourselves alive, right? If a team manages to capture the central compound or the god compound in the last few circles, ideally in any other map, they would have been able to farm eliminations from there. But in a map like Purgatory, because everybody wants that one tiny piece of real estate, they're going to get rushed very, very quickly. So let's see what happens in this map, because we are ready to get into Purgatory once again. Meta Ninja managed to get the Booyah in the previous game, and despite being a team that has gone through many roster changes, they stick to their comfort spots, they stick to their comfort roles, and they manage to get the advantage. Can the other teams keep up with them? Because there's been quite a lot of changes, especially even in teams like Fangs, even in teams like GB Esports. They managed to get 2 Booyahs in this day, but it doesn't look like they're a team who has recently gone through a bunch of roster changes.
But let's see. Now looking at that one spot, Brasilia. Many teams have already locked their horns, and headhunters, They're just waiting for the golden opportunity to at least get an elimination or two. And that's right, the fight has already begun. Kagendra against Fangs. Fangs, so far, one player already has been knocked, and Ayan is nowhere to be found to be backed up from any of his teammates. The second one bites the dust as well. No more Spidey sense tingling right there as Kagendra, they make sure to get those 2 points right off the bat.
Even Revenant Xspark are not leaving anything to chance. They're taking down Reflex Esports as quickly as they possibly can. Sahil with the double elimination. That's a good start for Revenant Xspark. They also desperately need some points because the team that they just got their frags on is the only team that's below them in terms of overall points.
The others? Alright, Speedies. He did come forward. The entire place under complete lockdown. GB, they wanted to make even more points and at least reach towards the tippy top. They've fallen shy by 9 points, and now's the time for them to go ahead and call in some more points in their pocket. But I don't think so, KD God. That's a really good situation for you. Goes in willy-nilly, wants to take charge, at least get a knock or two, and he manages to get one. KD God with that Uzi just going ham, gets the second one as well. This is insane coming in from his end.
That's the best possible use of the Tatsuya dash. What a brilliant way to reposition. You pre-fire an enemy from the left-hand side, take him down, and before his teammate can trail you, you dash onto the right, pre-fire into the door. Without even seeing your enemy first, you just believe your information. You know where your opponent will be, and that pre-fire helps him get both those eliminations. Very, very well executed from KD God. Kunal also trying to deal with fire, and he's managed to extinguish this fire. Where are the trades? Where are the rest of members of Kagendra? They're not close enough to provide backup.
Oh, that's right. Divide and conquer. Headhunters. So far, they're not at all heading towards the wrong direction. They want those points and they know who to go ahead and seize it from. Dead, Jojo, both of them banding together. But will this band succeed in getting those pushes on point? Raz on the other end, he's way too low on his HP, instantly needs to heal. So that's a really good situation for Headhunters to go ahead and dissect this fight.
And while Headhunters might be dissecting them, they also try to reposition. This mid-air adventure, this mid-air maneuver will probably lead to a crash landing. And now Fire, he wants his revenge. He wants to get back at Headhunters for what they did to him. And now they've already gotten rid of one of the members of Headhunters, so it's a 3v4. Fire tries to go inside. Kunal trying to break his ankle. The jump shot works, and the Mag 7 helps him net another elimination. Fire down for the second time in a matter of seconds. But that leaves Kunal all by himself. Arsh is bleeding out. Kunal needs to get out of here. Raz right behind him. Hot pursuit. And he's trying to juke them.
No.
But no, Jojo finds him.
Well, Jojo's bizarre adventure carries forward as Kagendra. They're still alive. What a lovely way to go ahead and take this battle head on. That's what happens if you give Kagendra the space to bring back Fire into the picture. Headhunters, they look very confident, but now, speaking about this one team, Revenant Xspark, they're completely being plushied upon. And Ghazi, sir, he knows where the opponents are. Pot shots taken, absolutely making Revenant Xspark on their toes to run away from this fight, as fighting will not be that easy. Wait, what? Tables turn? Speedies, he's the only man standing? Wait, how did this even happen? Revenant Xspark is sparking it up for up a notch.
They just say 3, 2, 1 and they peek out, man. All at once.
Yeah. That was the last man standing. Wait. Hello? GB, they have been eliminated?
From double booyahs back to getting eliminated as the first team. One of the first teams, rather. That's a massive twist of fate for this team. I can say the same for Meta Ninja. They just got a booyah in the previous game, and now they are down to one player alone. Yeah, that's a rough start for both these teams who have been flying all throughout the day.
That's what happens when you always get the booyah and you have the target on your back. I would say that as a booyah cause, but I believe that's going way too far. But yeah, locking horns is these two teams going ahead, giving each other's locations. It's like ping me whenever you're reaching close to us. As Nightmare and Revenant, they're way too far from each other. And how did they even go ahead and lock this bounty? I have no clue.
I guess they just let it slip. They just have good way to track where your opponents are. But yeah, this information isn't exactly useful unless you manage to make a fast rotation towards Brasilia in the center of the circle, which I believe that's where the circle will shrink towards. I am kind of concerned for Revenant Xspark though, because they are just minutes away from locking horns against Avida.
Yeah.
And if none of them actually end up locking horns and they just take the bridge across, they're gonna run into Kagendra.
Ooh, that's not a team that you need to go ahead and lock horns with. But Red Cliff, in the middle of all of that, they've been taken down one by one. Right now, just running away for his dear life. Ashik, he thinks that he can survive the Wrath, and he very well is true about that. But this is one of the teams that we would love to see. Revenant Xspark, they cleaned house with GB, and now let's see what they can do against Avida XKDC. Avida, they are one step ahead, always dubstepping, knowing where the opponents are going to reach up towards. And Sahil, he's way too low on his HP. One shot can take him away, and that's what happens against him. Revenant Xspark, in the matter of time, they've chosen to run away from the fight.
That is the wiser call over here. They are heavily outmatched mechanically. I mean, that dash from Tawan just shows you exactly what you need to know, right? He dashes right past his opponent, knows that Sahil will follow that exact same pathing. There's only a tiny gap between those two glue walls. He knows that Sahil has to come over here. And by the time Sahil even peeks around the corner, Tawan has his crosses placed over there already, ready to pull the trigger. And that's how you bait your opponents into your crosshairs. It's almost like he doesn't even have to adjust his aim. His opponents come in and sit right in his crosshair, making it easy. Avida once again continuing their dominance, and now they have a nice easy rotation into the deeper ends of the circle. They don't want to rotate into the safe spot. They want to hunt down the last member of Revenant Xspark. It's basically the Fast and Furious over here, because Black is running away in his vehicle as fast as he can accelerate. But there's only so much that he can do, because Avida also have vehicles of their own and they're chasing him down.
It's always for the family, isn't it? Yep, Pablo. There you go. Those eliminations are always gonna look so pretty. 4 eliminations strong. Avida XKDC, they want to regain that confidence. And Revenant Xspark, unfortunately, they have been eliminated.
They didn't even die to Avida. They got shot down by Reflex Esports.
Exactly. It was like a divide and conquer from 2 different teams.
Yeah. It's more like both of them trying to conquer the same spot, and then it just turns into a battle of, no, this is my frag. No, it's my frag. But hey, Wrecking Esports, they've been the king of this hill for a while now. And Red Cliff have been trying to get their members back up online. I saw on the elimination feed that they had a couple of revives, but now this is the real battle. The dash in from Ashik. He gets into the chrono time turner, and Sohan breaks his ankles. There's a landmine inside the time turner, and he steps right on it. What a trap!
That was tragic for him. Not at all good for him. He took a leap of faith, thinking that he's going to survive, but his ankles have long been broken. iQOO Reckoning, they are just raging against the dying of the light. And this is one of the places where I would say Reflex, they had to be in the upper edge, but it's not going to be the similar case as Pablo. He's just charging forward, eliminating Reflex. Avida XKDC, they just want to keep rushing forward. The lost momentum has finally been regained, and they would love to go ahead and entice the Booyah for this game.
It seems like Avida just simply do not care about the zone. They know there's gonna be a bunch of teams outside the zone still struggling, and they're just gonna pick everybody apart like that. They hunt down Revenant Xspark, they get another team as their prey right now, and all this time they're taking damage from the blue zone, and they just do not care. They are more than comfortable going late into the zone.
Here's the thing, Crips. They're so mindful that they have kept tabs on the opponents. Late rotation doesn't matter. We're already here. We're going to get those points. And that's what Avida XKDC is doing. But this is a lovely rotation coming in from Nightmare. Smack center, good control. But let's see how long they can keep it up.
Meta Ninza once again going for the early mover advantage. And this time, instead of going for the centermost compound, they position themselves towards the edge of the zone. Also pretty good. Nobody's going to push them over there. And they will have free lines of sight on almost everybody. Nightmare Esports 2, they try to control the 2 tents in the center of the circle, but there's going to be a lot of teams vying for this little piece of real estate.
Tents. One of the places Raftar. He needs to catch up to the pace of what is happening here. Nightmare, they're rounding them up. And I don't think so. It's a really good sight. And yeah, this is done for. Goku OP, far off angles, but there's a really good comeback coming in. RG raging against Nightmare, one by one, tiptoeing around them and getting those crack points. Hitman, the last man standing, still confessing to all of his sins, but it's not going to be enough. There's some confrontation coming in as well. iQOO reckoning, they want those points which have fallen right in front of them, and he's just rushing forward. Bota, Sohan, both of them locking horns, and Megs, the last man standing, has been taken care of as well. Right beside the tent, the entire action goes through, and this is where iQOO reckoning is gonna change the entire pace, change the entire course of action.
Meanwhile, Meta Ninja have also been eliminated. The freeze bomb from Avida is their undoing. And while those eliminations happened off screen, the elimination feed will tell us about the truth. How often do you see a freeze bomb elimination? Not very often. That just tells you how good Avida are at using their utility. Reckoning now have stolen one of the most viable pieces of real estate. These 2 tents don't provide much cover, but they do give you a great amount of visual confirmation on where your opponents could be. Great lines of sight on every single side of you. The only thing that could probably take Reckoning Esports down is somebody decides to full send them with a bunch of mini launch pads.
But here's the thing, right? They have a 5th man. They have the turret waiting. If there's going to be any kind of a flank or shenanigan coming from any team, it's going to be taken care of. Raz right in front. Faces the Raz. The couple eliminations coming through. Sohan just going ahead. Ham and gets those points. 12 total eliminations is what this team is having. All of a sudden, they have shipped up the gear, but it's Avida XKDC right in front, and Sohan, he needs to be very aware about his whereabouts, and Ronit on the other end. This entire team is going inside the cocoon, is going inside the tent, but they need saving. They need at least another team to third party this particular spot, which is not going to happen. As Avida XKDC, they're just taking some really nice movesets, heading forward, taking those eliminations, and one by one, iQOO reckoning, they are just constantly being hammed upon.
My goodness.
Good nails on the coffin, and there goes the entire team.
The revives on Avida are so fast. They lost 2 of their members and they were back up on their feet within seconds. Long Kong got the first knock with that grenade launcher. He was knocked down by another landmine, and within a matter of seconds, he was back up and shooting those grenades once again. Avida, the way they support each other is so deadly. In fact, this might just be scarier than their actual firepower. Their support power is way more superior to anybody else.
You know what's worse, Crips? Redcliffe, they're here in this final circle. It's a 1v1 against a squad, and they just have 1 elimination point.
Oh, God.
So I don't think so. They have the confidence to go up against Avida XKDC. Look at the flank angles. And Tawan, he's just rushing forward. Pablo going ahead and supporting him. These shots are going to be absolutely sublime. Long Kong, I know him. He's just going to rush forward. And there you go. Anusit, he's going to be providing the cover for this entire team. 17 eliminations. You imagine the kind of locking horns that they've already done. And there you go. RC, Redcliffe. I don't think so they stand a chance to fight against Avida XKDC.
They are down to their last legs, and there it is, the final nail in the coffin. Avida T-posing over their opponents, and they want to prove once again that because they had a good start, they will also have a good finish. What a way to establish your dominance. We were saying that this could be the team that crosses the 100-point barrier before the day ends. We still have one whole game to spare, and I'm pretty sure that they are way beyond the 100-point mark already.
Last I saw them, they were sitting at sweet 91. And post that, they have received 12 points from the Booyah. They have received approximately 20 points from eliminations. So you can do the math. These folks are again hitting that 30+ number. And I'm very happy for them. Look at the way they were celebrating as well. Just calmness, just a very nice namaste. And just saying that, you know what, we are there in this entire lobby. We're here to go ahead and showcase domination. And that's how we do it. In style.
Yep, they were definitely stylish. I mean, they didn't even care about their position up until the very last circle. For like the first 2 or 3 zones, they stayed outside, chasing down stragglers, chasing down weaker teams. They hunt down Revenant, Xspark, anybody else who comes in their way. They make them also pay for their sins, make them pay for overstaying their welcome. And then when they recognize that Reckoning Esports are weak, they rush the tents, take that spot away from them, and after that, they just have to hold their ground.
Long Kong was so darn confident. He's like, wait a second, let me show how it's done. Instantly snaps on the target, hits that shot, and receives the Booyah. Redcliffe, it's that one situation, Crips. Being there at the wrong time. At the wrong place.
And I think you can use that line to summarize their entire game. Like for the longest time, Redcliffe and Reckoning Esports were just beating each other up on that hill near Moat House. I don't even remember when they rotated out of there and towards the campsite area. But both of them struggled a lot. I mean, because Redcliffe and Reckoning Esports were so close to each other, they basically followed suit. They were going right behind one another. Reckoning Esports decided to take control of those 2 tents first. And Redcliffe were like, okay, let them go ahead. We'll use them as our meat shield. Let them go ahead and take the risk. Let them go ahead and fight Avida. It's their funeral. And then Redcliffe were like, okay, thank you so much for clearing the way for us. Thank you for the 2nd place. We're going to take those 9 placement points and thank you for it.
Boy, look at them. They're still at 7th. Even after getting 9 placement points, they're at 7. So that just explains the kind of eliminations that you need to stay in the top 3 or the top 2. iQOO Reckoning, they've done a really good job at that. 13 total eliminations. It's a double digit from their end as well. But on the other corner, we just have that one team who's been reigning supreme since the beginning of the game. 33 total points and 21 is just eliminations. My oh my, Avida XKDC is just showcasing what they're made of again and again.
And the MVP of this game is none other than Anusit. He was the one taking shots from a distance, and while his teammates were pushing in and basically being a menace to everybody else, he's the one putting the final nail in the coffin and getting the shots onto them. You also have to give credit to Long Kong because the way he uses the grenade launcher is ridiculously good. And I'm yet to see what the team composition is, but I'm pretty sure that at least 2 of them, maybe even 3 of them, are using Thiva, because the pace at which Avida can revive their teammates is ridiculous. You now know that Anusit isn't using Thiva, so who else is going to use it, right?
Let's see. Let's head towards knowing what the teams are doing in terms of providing support. Yes, Thiva is there, but just one person has it. Just one. Pablo. And he has Cassie as well. So you can imagine the kind of electrotherapy he's giving to all of his teammates and the way they're just instantly on their feet. It's Team Booster. What do you think? The Team Booster is coming in handy again and again. It's all you have to do is you have to deploy it, and once you have deployed it, you can easily get that revival on your fallen comrade. So that's a really good presence of mind. And so far, Avida XKDC is so, like 100% in the game is all thanks to the kind of versatility that they have. They have a grenadier, they have a person who can go ahead and snipe for them, they have a support character as well as Pablo alongside a rusher. So you know from this corner itself how well they're performing.
Yeah, but given the way how Avida have been reviving, not just in Purgatory, right? Even in the previous game in Solana, you saw how there were like 2 of their teammates down on their knees, and before Meta Ninja could push them, they had everybody up. So that requires a lot of patience and a lot of quick thinking. If Pablo alone is handling the entire responsibility of getting the revives in, hats off to that guy, man. That is a very difficult feat to pull off.
And one more thing, Crips. Credit where credit is due. It's the glue walls. The kind of cocoons that they usually make, it's tough to break. You need an Oscar dash to go ahead and do what is to be summarized towards a total glue walls being destroyed. 114 in this one, but overall the entire damage as well, it has gone down a lot. But in the next following one, which is going to be Kalahari, is where I believe all of these numbers are again going to be kicked up a lot of notches. Because we know what happens there. It's a sniper's paradise. We know there's a lot of sand in and around that area, but still the way players just go ahead and sneak around that corner and perfectly hit the sweet spot, that's going to be lovely to see.
Yep. And I want to see if Avida can keep up their dominant performance in a map like Kalahari, because a lot of other teams happen to be pretty strong on that map. So Kalahari is one of those games where even if you manage to control the central spot, even if you manage to get the best possible spot in that last game, you're not guaranteed a Booyah. Because the tides can turn very easily in Kalahari. But I want to see what happens at the start of the game. I want to see if we have any possible early game contests or maybe drop clashes. Let's take a look at the preferred drop spots. Now, obviously you need to take this with a pinch of salt. The teams won't always go wherever they say they will go. But for now, you can clearly see that Refinery is going to be contested by Avida and iQOO Reckoning. Command Post is going to be contested by Reflex as well as Redcliffe. Santa Katrina, GB seem to be alone over there, but it is a very hot spot. I wouldn't be surprised if someone else drops over there as well. Meta Ninza sticking to the sub. They've been sticking to this spot since the last year. So that is very, on brand with their behavior. I think Meta Ninja will probably just go there and not change their drop spot. But everybody else, you can never really tell.
I really like the way Nightmare have already decided to head towards Council Hall. It's a really good spot. I do understand you can get some really good loot, but eventually you have to head towards the mid as well, right? So Bayfront is going to be one of the places where things are going to be very heated up, as from the shrines we have headhunters moving down south. Of course, the circle either ways, if it heads towards the dead center, then it's going to be problematic for most of the teams who are heading from per se west end or the eastern end or from the southern end. So Refinery, one of the spots where if you can get an early control, it'll be very, very advantageous for you.
Yep. And if Avida get control of that central spot, then it's basically GG for every other team. It's the winning formula for them. So Avida need to put their best foot forward and hold that place on lockdown. For everyone else though, it is an opportunity to make a comeback. It's the last game of the day for groups B and C, and they won't get a lot of other chances. So they need to pull up their stocks and get up there. So far, there were a few teams, especially Reckoning and Revenant Xspark, who were struggling towards the bottom of the points table. But in the previous game, they both managed to get 10 points, 11 points each. So they should be somewhere towards the middle order now. But hey, you need to be a lot more consistent if you want to get into the top 10. Keep in mind, that's your only goal for now. This is the BR Play-Ins. 18 teams will play over here. Only 10 of them will proceed to the next week, where we will have invited teams also joining us.
Exactly. And for that, you have to, like you mentioned, Crips, you need to have that A game alongside the consistency as well. And that's where most of the teams are just lacking. Meta Ninja as well, it was a really good initiative. They got a Booyah, but post that, they could not do much. So take an example, understand what just happened in the previous one. And Kalahari, do it your best. Know what not to do, know what to do right. And I believe that's how you can crack the Da Vinci Code. But now moving forward towards our top 3 picks, let's just straight away head towards it.
Yep. I'm kind of excited for these ones because even though Redcliffe haven't exactly had the best time in the tournament so far, the stats show that Kalahari is their favorite map, which is why I've picked them. Obviously, I know for a fact that stats can be misleading sometimes because these stats are from Free Fire Bangladesh Championship and they might not be relevant in the Asia Invitational, but I want to place my faith in them. I want to place my faith in an underdog, so that's why I've picked Redcliffe as my #1 contender. As for Meta Ninja and Nightmare Esports, I don't think I need to explain why I picked them. I have faith in these teams. They're very elimination hungry teams, so I think they can hold their own.
Headhunters, Avida X KDC, both of them, they have been doing a really good job alongside GB as well. So these three, I don't know why I had that intuition game to be very strong when it came to Kalahari. Their snipers are doing a very good job. Long Kong, we have seen him for the likes of Avida X KDC. He has been performing so well. Headhunters, we do understand the kind of initiation Vincent goes ahead and gives right off the bat. Sorry, that's from Meta Ninja. But yeah, Headhunters, they have been performing significantly well whenever it comes to the map of Kalahari. That's the reason I would love to see them coming forth and getting that Booyah. At least being in the top 3 will be very much appreciated, as most of the players or the teams from Indian region, they have not been performing that well. Even if they are, they're not that consistent as we usually look them forward towards.
Yeah. And so far, the only team that has been able to keep the Indian teams afloat has been Meta Ninja. And historically, Kalahari has been one of their weaker maps. It's not their weakest, but they don't exactly prefer this map. So I want to see if they can do just well enough to keep themselves afloat in the top 10. As for everybody else, this will be a chance at redemption. I am especially excited to see GB Esports once again, because the previous 2 maps in which they managed to get the Booyah, they did not have the advantage all the time, and they managed to use their terrain really well. I think Kalahari is the perfect map for them. I want to see if they can get the 3rd Booyah today.
Let's see whether they can do it yet again or not. Back, ladies and gentlemen, this is Kalahari, the final map of today, which is going to be a banger. I know for a fact, as most of the teams are going to head towards their preferred drop locations and then eventually head towards a smack center in order to gain that control.
So far, the only drop clash that I see is going to be happening in command post. Avida are actually heading towards command post. Revenant, Xspark were almost about to land over there, but then they go towards Stone Ridge. Meta Ninja, as expected, go towards the sub. Mammoth occupied by Nightmare Esports, but Redcliffe and GB Esports are already locking horns against each other between Santa Catrina and Confinement. The full roster of this team isn't even available for the fight. It's just a few stragglers who managed to land close enough to each other, locking horns. And Ashik and Ashifi, they already have lost their lives.
Alright. Headhunters, all eyes on the prize. They're slowly getting those elimination games up. And yeah, if this continues, if they keep having these hot pursuits against Megs, then yeah, they can keep getting those eliminations on point. But now they're entering towards that one zone, which will constantly be giving them a chip damage or 2 if they come into the right contact. The entire place is up for blaze. Kunal in the middle of all of that. He thought that he could outsmart the opponents, but RG, they were one step ahead. And Megs, he finally receives that one redemption point in his pocket.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go through the open land into the Bayfront area. Your opponent will always use the TPP to their advantage. And if you can't place your glue wall down quickly enough, it's going to be dangerous. RG break down that UAV elite that his opponents has used. And now they know that Headhunters might try to go back towards that recall tower or the vending machine. Both of them are quite close to each other. Kunal already brought down. So RG are unable to stop that revive. But I want to see what happens next. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Stone Ridge, you have Avida going up against Revenant Xspark. Keep in mind that both these teams were about to land in command post, but then Revenant Xspark decided to not go there and avoid the drop clash. Well, it seems like they can't avoid it for too long, because Avida will push down south and take a fight with them anyway.
Ooh. This has gone on for way too long. Headhunters, come on. It's either you win it or you straight up run away from here. And that's one thing that I would say for the arch nemesis as well. Both of them, RG, well, what they're doing is they're just trying to assess where the opponents are. And finally, Arsh, he's already up that antique, knowing where the opponents are, giving him the insight of where they can potentially be. He's slowly lurking in the shadows, and this glue wall is going to give away his location. Height advantage was there, but again, was being highlighted.
Hold on. Why is KD God fighting members of Redcliffe? I thought they were under assault by Avida. I think that Revenant Xspark might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. Or maybe RC have strayed too far into the enemy territory because they were towards Council Hall. How are they losing teammates near Stone Ridge? That is a ridiculous split from Redcliffe, and that doesn't make sense to me at least. Avida, on the other hand, they will be more than happy to take off stragglers that they know won't be able to trade each other.
Oh yeah. iQOO Reckoning. They are pretty confident in this one. In which case, in the previous one, they did reach at least top 3. So that's going to be helpful for them. But wait a second, Reflex. They want to take this fight. Doesn't matter what the opportunity is, what the standstill situation looks like. They just want to go ham. And Tassin, he's already seen where the opponents are. Water right in front. He's been taken down. And that's where you can keep getting those mankind advantages. Ninja, he had the height advantage, but that grappling gun is instantly going to obliterate him. Rewake. And that's how you get those 5 elimination points. But I still think there is one player, a couple of them, running around trying to bring back those fallen 2 comrades.
Trying to dance around that bubble. How much longer can he keep himself alive? Not much longer at all. As Nightmare Esports are farming upon Meta Ninja. They just need to find that last guy. And once they do, they will have eliminated him. But Vincent and Shanky are far away from here, and Vincent manages to rest 2 of their fallen comrades as well. So Meta Ninja should be able to hold on to their own for a while at least.
Oh boy. At least for today, RG can't change anything. They have been completely eliminated from this entire map of Kalahari, so...
Sorry to cut you off, Azura, but take a look at RC's positions. They've got 2 players in Bayfront and 2 players in Stone Ridge.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous split. On the other hand, Avida were also confused by this massive split because they know for a fact that they saw a couple of teams in Stone Ridge, so they're trying to hunt down every single player who's in that area, but Revenant Xspark have already left. And now these 2 players of RC are gonna fight all 4 players of Meta Ninja, which is clearly gonna leave them at a disadvantage.
It doesn't matter. You know, the entire point of having such a wide split is so that you can keep playing the revive game again and again and get those elimination points up. Yeah, and that's where RC is even more focused upon, and they're doing so well. There comes another elimination. Shanky, that's a really good presence of mind, but he needs to be even more mindful with this overall situation. 2 points right in front of him. At least I can give them the lead that they need. Meta Ninja. It's all on to Shanky, and he's just choosing a very nice standstill ground, slowly going ahead, falling down, dropping down, max 7 in hand, and this is just gonna yield to an elimination, which will be imminent. And there you go, hitting where it hurts the most, getting that point, and that one player who thinks he can outsmart the following 3 of them, it's going to be problematic for him.
Yeah, he needs to run, man. He needs to run as quickly as his nimble feet can carry him. And Fahim, not fast enough. Sure, a knock on RNS is acquired, but you can't secure that finish, so no points for you, my young friend. Meta Ninja, they've been running around a lot, and they've been trying to get as many eliminations as possible, but so far they only have 3. At least they've been rewarded for all their efforts. On the other hand, RC I think they've donated more points than they've acquired so far, even though they've been playing very aggressively.
One mistake, it can cost you a lot. Revenant Xspark, all eyes on them now, having 5 total elimination points. And there you go, reviving that fallen comrade. This is going to give them a lot of fuel, but that fuel is leading nowhere as members are just falling off like a fly. But this was a lovely shot. Sahil manages to get yet another one, but I believe that was the support being provided from the sniper from the top. And there you go, bringing back yet another player into the picture. We have Speedies. Who knows where the opponents are, but a couple of them just rushing forward on him. Those spidey senses did not tingle, and it will yet again get him on his knees. And that's another point secured by Revenant Xspark.
That nade was nice from Speedies. He was trying to get the elimination on anyone who's using the vending machine, but Revenant Xspark are faster than that. They quickly scale up the walls and get the elimination on him. Reflex, on the other hand, they have been donated a lot of points so far, but every single point after this, they will have to earn it. And so far, they are losing players like flies. Nightmare Esports are winning all these battles. And Mitla He is running away as quickly as he can.
Dominating.
Oh, it's not going to be that easy.
Ah, they find him, and that's the end of Reflex.
Reflexes are not kicking in. And they're out from the count. 12th position is what they have in the day one, which is very, very alarming for them. Now focusing towards the Fangs. I don't know whether this Fang is going to be venomous enough to take down the opponents, or they're just going to be standing there still, trying to get the control towards the refinery. It's a very good spot. Most of the players head towards this specific corner itself just to get the loot and to know where the opponents are rotating from. So a good spot to be at, but it's very tough to contest against so many players heading towards that spot. Wait a second, Fangs love the spot where they are at. And this is going to give them such a good room, but one nade, imagine one nade can obliterate the entire squad.
And as the circle goes for a more of a central shift, all of these teams will now start to take their positions near refinery. Fang have already taken the satellite tower for themselves. Kage are near the spire, but it seems like Fire wants to get up on that spire. My goodness, I'm rhyming accidentally over here, but Fire really needs to be aware about the people on top of him. On the other hand, Avida, they are about to face down the remaining members of Redcliffe. But do Redcliffe know that this compound is already occupied? Yeah, didn't realize it now. Ashik, a little too late, takes the zip line but can't get away from there. And once again, Redcliffe end up donating another frag to Avida of all teams who don't even need that donation. They already have a lot of points to their name. And Fire, he's been taken down after getting a knock. That trade comes through really quickly. The battle for refinery raid is on, and Fang have been defanged. The venomous snakes exist no more. Kagendra control this entire area by themselves.
Well. Again, using the grappling gun, getting the height advantage, Kagendra. They look to be a lot more alive than before. I believe this is their map. They've already chosen to go ahead and keep the energy for the final bit of it. And now, focusing towards the main picture, iQOO Reckoning, they are stuck against two teams, one being Meta Ninza and the other one, the undisputed Avida XKDC. Both of them in such a prime spot that they can just go ahead and squeeze iQOO Reckoning into a diamond. And that's where Shanky, he's going way too ahead of his time. But alright, Avida chooses to bounce back and they're out from this fight.
Yep, they're gonna race everyone into the zone and try to get there first, leaving Meta Ninja and iQOO Reckoning to their own devices. Vincent, on the other hand, decides to leave late. They really want to take their chance and battle this team outside the zone because it's the only isolated fight they'll get where they won't get third-partied. So they're going to trust their guns and jump into that compound. RNS finished off. Ginotra has the grenade launcher, but he's not found the opportunity to use it so far, so they're going to cut their losses and get inside the zone instead. Reckoning Esports, they've managed to weather this storm. And so far, their rotation into the zone is rather uncontested. Nobody's really gatekeeping them. So they were just awarded a couple of elimination points courtesy of Meta Ninja. They pad up their stats, get into the circle, and they get away with it without taking any casualties. That's the best possible case scenario that Reckoning Esports could have asked for. Especially when you were surrounded by Meta Ninja and Avida. Getting away without a scratch is just a miracle. UAV light being broken by Kagendra. They know that there's teammates, opponents underneath them, but they can't afford to leave their high ground position to hunt down these people on the low ground. They've got the zone advantage. A massive southern shift is going to force teams like Nightmare Esports into the zone. Now, luckily, there's plenty of room for them, so they don't have to hunt for cover. Same with Revenant Xspark. They should be able to get in there without much difficulty. But Meta Ninja will not be able to get in there without a fight because they will have to cross the treacherous valley. And from there, they can get shot down by both Revenant Xspark as well as Kagendra. That's going to be difficult.
Yep. They're going to be walking through the entire place where it's filled with landmines. And look at the way those shots are coming through. Jojo! God damn! He just knows where to hit. And he just has that insight where the opponents are rotating from. That's some really good information. I bet there's an Alvaro being utilized at the same time. Now, Avida?
Wait, what?
Okay.
Headhunters. Headhunters just hunt
Headhunters.
down the biggest team in the lobby. That's incredible. And with
It
Avida
is.
gone, it clears up the pathway for both Headhunters and Nightmare Esports, who are about to clash against each other towards the southern periphery of the circle.
Oh no, Vincent. Meta Ninza, that one player stuck in the corner, the entire team eliminated. Meta Ninza, they could not find a vending machine nearby. And through which, now they have to think which spot they're at. They're at 4th. It's alright, they've already done the heavy lifting, and the others, but surely they're gonna make their way forward. They're in an Xspark, they're still at 10th position. They need some good amount of chunk points. They need good amount of eliminations, and Kagendra, as long as they're alive, it's not going to be that possible for them to do this.
It's a triple layer sandwich. Kagendra on top, Revenant Xspark below them, and Nightmare at the bottom on the sandy dunes. Revenant Xspark are about to get challenged by Fire. He drops down. He gets the knock onto Wolvin and Sahil without even realizing. And Black also gets taken down. Fire with the triple elimination. He's on the verge of wiping out Revenant Xspark all by himself. And the last member of the Xspark team falls down to the ground. Now he's gonna hope that nobody else can spot him. But Kagendra can't follow him downstairs. They know that Nightmare and Reckoning Esports are on the bottom. They cannot afford to take that risk. They must maintain their high ground advantage.
Exactly. Oh no, I mean, he's been taken care of, the others slowly being strangled down, but finally the retaliation, it looks really good. Eliminations are inbound as RC, they've already bit the dust. Kunal on the other end, Headhunters, they're having a very tough time to stay surviving for a really long time as Ronit and the squad, iQOO Reckoning, they're just rushing forward in order to get even more points against Headhunters, but that's a big mistake. They shouldn't have chosen this one spot to take this entire fight, as it's right across the circle.
Yeah, and Reckoning don't even have the high ground. For Headhunters, this must be like shooting a fish in a barrel. But they're getting shot from below. The feet, they're exposed and the glue wall doesn't cover it. Marvel has to be a superhero right now to keep his team alive. But no, this gamble backfires for Headhunters heavily.
Oh my goodness. So far, I can see Kagendra, the one team who has the man count advantage. And there you go, another team bites the dust. Nightmare could not do much there. Slowly but surely, Jojo, he's constantly keeping tabs on where the opponents are. And if this happens, they can literally shoot 2 birds with 1 stone.
I mean, they only have to target one of these birds because Revenant Xspark is down to just 1 man. They take care of Revenant Xspark and Reckoning Esports will end up doing the rest for them. And hold on, Revenant Xspark, they're turning the tides. 1v1v3, Kagendra gets an easy booyah if both these players end up fighting each other. And Kage, he decides he wants those points for himself. He's not gonna let Reckoning and Revenant fight each other. He's gonna get both those points for himself. And Kagendra get the booyah.
Well, a lot of teams, I would say, Crips, they were just cutting around corners, thinking that this is the best way to deal with the situation. And that's where they were wrong. Height advantage always reigns supreme to any given opportunity. And Kagendra, well, they have for sure ended the entire day with a banger.
Wow, what a way to start the day. Or rather, end the day for Kagendra, because these guys, they did not have the best position at the beginning. They had to fight for it. They wrestled control of Refinery, and then they took both the Spire building and the Satellite building for themselves. This gave them so much control and so much information over every other team that's rotating in. And then the idea to relinquish the high ground advantage and drop down to the ground, it shows how great their situational awareness is, because they know that the last 2 teams are going to be down to a single man roster. So they would much rather get both those points rather than let them fight each other, because every single point counts over here. Kagendra,
They were just kicking off teams left, back and center like they were Pluto.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, Kagendra, where was this power from game 1?
I mean, they always had the firepower, but they just got unlucky sometimes. You know, sometimes they bit off a bit more than they could chew. But now, they were in the best possible position. They had every single thing working out for them. And on top of that, not a lot of teams can get on top where they were. They had to go through the low ground areas. Like, for example, take a look at that fight between Reckoning and Headhunters. They're basically shooting at each other, and they basically give Kagendra a free win. Same with Meta Ninza. They had to go through the gauntlet to get into the safe zone. The only team who managed to get out of that position in time was Avida, and even they met their demise very early on. So basically every other team sabotaged each other, and they propelled Kagendra to the top.
Kagendra, 28 total points, Nightmare trailing behind. We can see, wait, what? 4 Indian teams, back to back, back to back.
Nice.
Nightmare Esports, Revenant, Xspark, iQOO, Reckoning, Headhunters, all of them have performed really good when it comes to the final map of Kalahari. Meta Ninza in the middle of all of that. I did see them surviving for a longer time, but eventually they were found as well. So I would say it was a really good run overall, but for the teams like Reflex, Fangs, Rising Gods, it was problem in paradise.
Oh yeah, definitely. That problem could not be solved. Hopefully they should be able to get the solutions to it in the next day, because this is the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodness.
So far, we've seen a double Booyah from GB. Meta Ninja managed to get a nice difficult Booyah on the map of Solana, but Avida, they showcased their dominance once again in the last map of Purgatory. And then finally, with the cherry on top of the cake, Kage take the final Booyah.
Not a single Indian team. Alright, there's a one. But other than that, it could have been more than just that, right? We could see so many of them just dishing it out, trying their level best. Nightmare Esports, I was expecting them to get a Booyah as well. But eventually it was an absolute dominating performance. Avida XKDC and GB, both of them have just showcased what they're made of, man, till the very end. I just love the gameplay. Right before this, Purgatory was a flawless victory for them. So, let's see what happens in the next following day.
Yeah. Great stuff by Kagendra. I mean, even with the role changes, especially with Dead becoming the primary rusher now and Fire transitioning to a bomber role, they've managed to use those transitions really well and get the second spot for themselves. Avida, of course, they stay on top. I mean, they started off strong and they remain strong all the way through the day. It shows how resilient they are. And they're not even like the #1 Thai team. Everyone thought that their counterparts will be better, but if this is the level that Avida operates at, you can just kind of imagine that Thailand is going to be dominating this tournament, even though they don't have as many representatives. So that is ridiculous. GB Esports, even with 2 Booyahs, failed to get across the 100-point mark, but 94 is still very respectable. That being said, though, after the top 3 teams, everybody else is so far away from them, because the 4th and 5th team both have 74 points each. That's a massive gap.
And I love the meta coming in as well. Kagendra, they're looking very clean whenever it comes to the executions, whenever they want to flush out an opponent. Jojo, my oh my, this man doesn't stop at all. He just loves to go ahead and snipe out the opponents, whether they're coming in from a miles away or even close by. He just loves to go ahead and hit those shots. So, love the enthusiasm from the entire team and a really good all-round performance nonetheless. So, yeah, kudos to Kagendra to go ahead and get this final Booyah. I would really love to see more action coming from their end, as they look very well-rounded when it comes to the performance point of view.
Yep. Kagendra, really well done. Dead did not even get to do much because Fire was absolutely on fire today. The triple elimination that he acquired on Revenant Xspark was so good. I mean, they didn't even realize that he's already right next to them. By the time they figured out where they're getting shot from, 2 of those guys were already down. And because of that performance by Fire, because of that triple elimination, Kagendra were able to maintain control of the top layer of Refinery, and that's basically what contributed to their win heavily.
Alright, now talking about the MVP, he has been very dominant. Whenever things have been so unoccasional, he just showcases his A gameplay. That's right, it is going to be Jojo. And his adventure keeps going on. As this team has already cracked the top 3, and now moving forward, they did not to be worried much as the next following day as well. If they continue with a similar kind of a pace scripts, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, and this pace is phenomenal by Kagendra. The consistency at which they operate is amazing. And even though they have only one Booyah, they are going toe-to-toe with teams who have 2 Booyahs to their name. So that just shows you how consistent they are. And I don't think they've had a bad game so far this entire day. So that is amazing. That being said though, I kind of want to see what the team composition of this entire roster is. I want to know whether they have adapted to the new meta, whether they are using Nero or not.
Yeah, talking about the game summary, we have not that much of a damage, usually what we see in Kalahari, but we have some good amount of total eliminations, 90 being the case. And the knocks, even though they were coming through, some really nice revivals were imminent. And I love the way the entire team was just like on the spot. And there's one team, right, Red Cliff, who took a very big split. And we did see how that panned out for them as well. And I would suggest that those mistakes should not be made yet again. So next following day is going to be one of the places where they can go ahead and rectify all of that. And the total amount of damage that we can see is around 54,532. So that's not the ridiculous amount that we have seen overall, but it's decent enough.
It is decent enough. And Kalahari never disappoints. So these stats, they might be somewhat tame compared to some of the other high-octane Kalahari games we've seen. But that also is because a lot of these teams were getting eliminated very early on.
Yes.
There weren't too many teams left in the final circle. I mean, I have seen games where there's like 10 teams alive in the final circle of Kalahari. Today we barely had like 4 or 5 of them. So, which is why this game was a rather slow-paced, not the most exciting game of Kalahari we've seen so far. But then again, man, it's just day 1. And this is just the play-ins. If this is the level, if this is the baseline level of entertainment that we are operating at right now, I can't even imagine what's going to happen when we get to the BR finals.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm going to be blaming Refinery for that. Refinery is all about getting the height advantage. If it was somewhere else where the entire playing ground is like even Steven, that would have been intense. Just imagine that. So I would say that next time if the circle heads towards a different corner, Kalahari would be even more interesting. But yeah, that's it for now. 6 maps all done and dusted, Crips. We enjoyed each and every one of them. From point A to point B, it was just absolute cinema.
Oh yeah, this game, this entire day has been absolute cinema so far. And if you want more such action, make sure that you tune in tomorrow as well. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Free Fire games all weekend. And the next week, we're going to have 4 days of Free Fire action. So that's even more for you. Asia Invitational is the opportunity that a lot of these teams have been waiting for, especially teams from India, because they've been kind of landlocked so far. They haven't been able to participate in the international tournaments, and now that the circuit has been wide open, Indian teams can't wait to show what they've been cooking up.
Indeed, a lot of opportunities, Crips, and with those opportunities, I hope that these teams can go ahead and make a mark. At least the names can be remembered, play in that manner. As Avida x KDC, I remember them through and throughout as they have performed so well. Kagendra as well. So all of these teams, huge kudos, man. Top 3 was absolutely like a banger of a show. The others are slowly catching up to the pace. And the first day itself, like you mentioned, Crips, it's such an action. So just imagine the kind of electricity that we can see in the upcoming days and the next following week. 4 days of action of Free Fire Max. Man, I'm just in a delight mode.
Oh yeah, definitely. And all these teams, they're going to be, gearing up their entire strategy tomorrow as well.
Yep.
Because the pressure is going to be intense. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that tomorrow we will be having the matches of Groups A and B. That means it's the last opportunity for teams of Group B to make a mark. They will be powerless to do anything on day 3. So that means all the teams in Group B, that is Team Reflex United, Nightmare Esports, Rising Gods, Kagendra, Redcliffe and Headhunters. These guys will have a last chance tomorrow to make their mark and farm as many points as possible, because after that they are done. If they make it into the top 10, we'll see them in the BR finals. If not, their journey in the FFMAI will come to an end.
That's right, and I just believe that you've already summarized the entire thing, Crips. So it's going to be super excited for day number 2. Of course, A and B, they're going to clash it out, they're going to duke it out. But for now, I believe all of our games are over. We're going to see you all tomorrow, same time, same spot. You guys were watching Fire MAX Asia Invitational. It was me, Azure Aiden, alongside Crips. And we're going to sign off for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Adios.